Good morning. We're ready to call the board meeting to order. It is Wednesday, August 20th. The time is 10:03 a.m. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Good morning. Chairman Gaines.
Here.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Here.
Member Vasquez.
Present.
Member Schaefer is not present. And Deputy Controller Emron.
Present. Great. A quorum is present, and the board meeting is called to order. I want to clarify that Member Schaefer is delayed in his flight, and he'll be joining us around 10:30, hopefully. And why don't we start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Member Vasquez, would you do the honors? Sure. Thank you.
Ready to begin. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we've got opening remarks, and I'd like my colleagues to go ahead and have the opportunity to speak, and then I can wrap it up. And maybe I'd like to make some opening comments. Okay, we'll start with you, Tony, and we'll go across. Wonderful.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chair Gaines. I know we're on a real tight schedule, so I'll try to be quick and brief. But first, I want to just open up with August 29th, which is around the corner here, is the 55th anniversary of the Chicano Moratorium, a rally held in 1970 when an estimated 20 to 30,000 people marched through East LA to peacefully draw attention to the disproportionate number of high folks, specifically Mexican Americans at the time, that fought and lost their lives in Vietnam, in the Vietnam War. The demonstration, for the most part, was very peaceful. Unfortunately, it ended up on a kind of a violent note where 3 people lost their lives. The one that really stands out in my mind, he happened to be at the time the KMEX, before Univision was Univision, it was KMEX news director and LA Times award-winning writer back then, Ruben Salazar. And actually, the irony is that a good friend of mine that I grew up with, Pete Moraga, his dad, senior, is the one that took his spot. And those are some huge shoes to fill. Later it became Univision, and it was kind of one of the landmarks. At the end of the day, pretty much the moratorium and this whole rally was really to just kind of bring light to, one, the Vietnam War, and then also they also were bringing light and attention to the disproportionate number of folks, especially at that time at the universities, or the lack of Latinos at that time at the universities, mostly the UC campuses and state colleges. And it's had this last long impact on the movement throughout pretty much the Southwest. It'll be celebrated this coming weekend in LA. Second, I just wanted to also acknowledge August is Black Business Month and celebrate Black-owned businesses in the United States. The goal is to highlight and empower Black business owners across the country. Black Business Month also brings attention to the unique obstacles Black entrepreneurs often encounter, including access to capital, system barriers, and historical disadvantages. The observances encourages consumers to actively support Black-owned businesses throughout their purchasing power and by spreading awareness. Support for the Black-owned businesses should be a year-round to foster economic growth and wealth building in the Black community. The ultimate goal is to create more equitable and inclusive business landscape where Black entrepreneurs can thrive. With that, I'll turn it back to my chair.
Wonderful. Thank you. Vice Chair Lieber?
Thank you. Well, I'd like to start my remarks by acknowledging the significant success of our California economy. And I know that all of our board members are cognizant of the fact that last April, data from the International Monetary Fund and the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis showed that California had overtaken the nation of Japan to become the fourth largest economy in the world. Our robust GDP reached 4.1 trillion compared to Japan's 4 trillion. Our 2024 growth rate of 6% not only exceeded the growth rate of the US at 5.3%, but also China at 2.6% and Germany at 2.9%. California's robust economy means that we are a net donor state to the federal government, and our state sends $83 billion more annually to the federal government than we receive in federal funding back to our communities. The $83 billion that we send as a net donation is larger than the state budgets of all but 3 states, New York, Texas, and California. So we have a really outsized footprint economically on our country. However, the success and strength of the California economy cannot protect businesses from the impacts of federal policies. And the latest major news in that regard deals with Del Monte Foods, and they are a longtime California business, started in 1886, have provided employment to generations of Californians. During this month, the Del Monte Food Company, located in Walnut Creek, has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And they cited as a major contributing factor the new federal taxes, tax tariffs on imported steel and aluminum that are used in their canning process. The cost for metal cans that are integral to their business model and integral to the export of food from California spiked significantly in April and May due to these new taxes. The Del Monte CEO emphasized that aluminum costs on top of steel duties have forced the company to consider an expedited sale process. So that is likely a fire sale of the entire business that will really impact employment in California. Although many factors go into business decisions, we need to remain mindful of our role in exports and our role in terms of agriculture and business in California. And as revenue administrators, we need to be very aware of the impacts of recent trade policies on California's businesses and our long-term economic prospects. Although California is a significant donor to federal revenues, we have an outsized impact also on global economies. And it's really our duty to remain very vigilant about these impacts. And as a state, we will not be able to backfill all of the needs of our communities that result from the federal policies, but we must understand their impact on the longtime businesses of our state, and particularly those that have a very lengthy legacy of employment of those who need it in support for our agricultural sector. So I know that our board members will stay cognizant of these changing trends, and I thank you for that.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. And we'll now move to Deputy Controller Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say good morning to my fellow board members, to the agency, the executive director, and members of the public. What a summer it has been. We're now towards the end, and I'll be remiss not to mention August 2025 as Muslim American Heritage Month. Approximately 1 million American Muslims currently reside in California. It's the largest group in the entire country, with roots in at least 77 different countries. Identifying across every race, Muslim Americans have always been deeply engaged in building stronger communities for all. By learning more about Muslim American history and culture, We can challenge Islamophobia, promote greater understanding and respect, because we've heard too many stories of violence and discrimination, too many Californians in fear of being treated differently in school, excluded at work, or risking harassment just by walking down the street. And these are not isolated incidents, but hateful acts targeting those who are perceived to be of the Muslim faith, which is becoming much too common. As Californians, we must stay true to our core values, and that includes religious freedom for all faiths. And when any religious group is targeted, we all have a responsibility to speak up, to reject the politics that seeks to divide us and manipulate us and target people because of religion. We have to reaffirm our state's most fundamental rights and truths, that we are all born equal with inherent dignity. And we are blessed to live in a golden state where even if sometimes we stumble or fall short, we never stop striving. We keep moving closer to that California dream. We're a state where if you work hard and you play by the rules, you can ultimately make it no matter who you are, or how you pray, or where you come from. It may not always start even in the race, but here in California, more than any other place in the world, there's an opportunity to run that race. And lastly, I want to also start off my morning in South Sacramento. There was a huge line wrapped around the block, and I was looking, and this huge sign, it's the first day of school. And I want to just wish all the millions of California school children here a great school year. It's that butterfly feeling you have when you walk into a class, especially a new class, to make new friends and learn. But education is the core to a democratic society. And I want to wish all the young kids to keep striving and keep chasing your dream, that California dream. And then I want to end it with a shout out to our own intern who's going back to UC San Diego, Audrey. She had a great summer at SEO. And I want to wish you the best of luck back at UC San Diego. And I'll be here in May to wish everyone a happy graduation too. Thank you.
Is she here?
Yes.
Should we have her stand up and
If you
recognize
can, please,
her?
Audrey. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. and
Yeah,
yield back.
thank you very much, Deputy Controller Emran. And yeah, your points are really poignant, and appreciate it. It's so important that we have our First Amendment right of speech, but also the freedom to practice our faith, whatever that faith is. So thank you. Just a couple of comments here. I did want to share with you that Labor Day weekend is the official opening of Apple Hill, and that's one of my counties that I represent, and it's coming just around the corner. And so for those of you who haven't heard of Apple Hill, it's a collection of fruit growers and wineries in El Dorado County in my district, and it's a great place to spend the day and checking out the arts and crafts, fresh fruit, apples, and much more. Incredible baked goods, fun games for the kids, all in a beautiful environment. It's just gorgeous up there. Secondly, I just wanted to recognize labor, because we are going to be celebrating Labor Day, and recognize the laborers who do all the hard work, the tough work that many of us just really don't want to do, and they do it day after day and year after year. And often when we're celebrating, whether it's Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever, they're still doing all the tasks that need to be done to keep a community running, and they drive our economy, and appreciate all the work that they do for us. And now it's time to segue into this hearing, which is one of my favorite hearings. I'm sure my colleagues agree. It's an opportunity to reach out to people that we represent throughout California. And sometimes they have an issue and they want to make sure that that issue is addressed. We try to do that as members of the BOE, and take calls and emails and try to help people out that are in a bind. But I think it's one of the most critical aspects of what we do in terms of helping our constituents. And so Lisa and her team do an extraordinary job giving guidance and solving problems. And some cases it could be life-changing. if it's a big decision. So I look forward to hearing that, and we will now move forward to Ms. Cicchetti. If you could please call the first order of business.
Good morning, everyone. Our first order of business is our safety and informational announcements. First, I want to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and any other wireless devices. Our safety announcement. In the auditorium, the exits are in the front and on each side of the stage, and other exits are at the rear. Please take a moment to find the exit sign and location closest to you in the event of an emergency. This board meeting will be live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE website. Public comments are taken on each agenda item. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line before the beginning of the agenda item you wish to comment on. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and we ask that all speakers in the auditorium and on the AT&T telephone line, please state your name before you begin to speak. This concludes the safety and informational announcements.
Great.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, the first item of the day is the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. This public hearing is held annually to allow taxpayers and stakeholders to comment on items in the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Annual Report or issues related to the agency's administration of its tax programs. Ms. Thompson will present and facilitate this item on the agenda. Today, our procedure is for Ms. Thompson to make her presentation. Then we will ask each taxpayer who has appeared in person today to come forward when they are identified. And I think it would be, after the taxpayer has an opportunity to speak, it'd be great also to get the background and have Ms. Thompson speak to that on each particular taxpayer issue. We can weigh in as members, obviously, no problem there. Then we are going to go also to the AT&T moderator to see if there are any taxpayers who wish to make a statement by telephone. Last, if there is any time, we will read into the record the written statements received by the taxpayers for this item. And I would imagine there's time for that, because that's important, right? Okay, so very well. You may proceed, Ms. Thompson.
So good morning, Chairman Gaines and honorable board members. My name is Lisa Thompson. I'm the agency's, sorry.
It's on, just line it up a little better, yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Gaines and honorable board members. My name is Lisa Thompson. I'm the chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office and the agency's Taxpayer Rights Advocate. I'm pleased to be here as we conduct the annual Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. The hearing is held in accordance with the Morgan Property Taxpayer Bill of Rights and California Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It is to provide taxpayers the opportunity, as well as industry representatives, government agencies, and other parties, the opportunity to speak before this elected board. Before we extend the opportunity to the public to provide comment, I would like to go over some information on the format and purpose of the hearing, and then also discuss the main contents of the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Annual Report, which serves the basis for this hearing. The annual report is fiscal year 23-24, and it can be accessed on our agency's website, as well as a link through the memo that is attached to the public agenda notice for this meeting. As to the order of the speakers, Chairman Gaines already indicated that we'll be extending the opportunity to speak to those that notified us in advance of their interested in speaking, to the CAA president and anyone else attending here in person in Sacramento. Then we'll extend the opportunity to those on the phones before reading public comments into the record. Ms. Amy Hendrickson of my staff will be reading those written public comments that were submitted to us in advance of the hearing. In addition to any remarks that the board members may have, then I'll provide some comments on some of those that submitted comments in writings or those appearing before us. The purpose of this hearing, again, is to allow taxpayers and industry representatives the opportunity to provide comments on any items that are included in the annual report, as well as on any issues that may be related to the programs that we administer or that they may be working with our TRA office, as well as on property tax issues. Industry administration of its tax programs, including state and local property taxes, the alcoholic beverage tax, and the tax on insurers. The agency's taxpayer bill of rights hearing is held in accordance with certain statutory provisions. And for property taxes, it is Revenue and Taxation Code Section 5906D. And for the alcoholic beverage tax, it is Section 32463. Section 5906D states that the board shall annually conduct a public hearing soliciting input from assessors, other local agency representatives, and taxpayers to address the advocate's annual report pursuant to Section 5904 and to identify means to correct any problem identified in that report. And Section 32463 states that the board shall conduct an annual hearing before the full board where industry representatives and individual taxpayers are allowed to present their proposals on changes to the alcoholic beverage tax law, which may further improve voluntary compliance and the relationship between taxpayers and the government. The TRA annual report that is applicable to this hearing is 2324, and that was published in February of 2025. That report included discussion on problems and issues in the area of property taxes and contained examples of property taxes cases that illustrate the services that our TRA office does to help taxpayers. Taxpayer education is also something that our office does, and we do that through the publication of information sheets that are written in simple, non-technical terms that are geared to assist taxpayers in various property tax topics and exclusions. Before we invite taxpayers to share their experience or voice their concerns, I would like to share some statistics on how many taxpayers that we helped this past year, and provide some information on our advocate's office to help to understand how we help taxpayers resolve their problems with the assessment or collection of property taxes. So for fiscal year 23-24, our office completed work on 329 cases. Those cases originated from taxpayers that contacted us through our website contact form, called our office directly, and they were also from contacts made from board members' offices that forwarded taxpayers to us to assist them. So we thank you for forwarding them. We also are contacted by assembly member offices as well as Senate offices who were contacted by their constituents. As far as totals, for the completed cases, 27% were from District 1, 32% from District 2, 20% from District 3, and 21% from District 4. Of those completed cases, 75% were in the evaluation category and 25% in the administrative category. The annual report identifies the specific topics within each of those categories, as well as a split within each district. The topic with the largest percentage of cases in the valuation category was exclusions from reassessment at 35%, followed by change in ownership at 16%. For the administrative category, the highest topic was delinquent or defaulted taxes at 30%. In addition to providing statistical information on completed cases, the annual report provides examples illustrating how our office helps taxpayers and problems are resolved. A large part of our role is actually to help facilitate resolution of the taxpayer's problem, and we do that by working with local agencies, county assessors, tax collectors, to obtain information on the assessment of their property, and also corresponding property taxes on the property tax bill. If the issue concerns work that's performed by our agency, then we would work with that applicable section to resolve the taxpayer's problems. We review each taxpayer's situation on a case-by-case basis, conduct research into the law and existing guidance pertaining to their situation, and then we contact local agencies to provide information to us, and then we provide an analysis and respond to the taxpayer. Generally, we help taxpayers with problems with the assessment or collection of property taxes on their property, ensuring that they are treated fairly according to the law. In many cases, we help taxpayers provide or identify the appropriate information to provide to assessors in order to resolve their problems. Let's see, at the February board meeting, I had a presentation of the TRA annual report, and that went over to some examples, so I'm not going to do that today. But generally, they involved exclusions from reassessment in the area of intergenerational transfers, as well as the co-tenancy exclusion, which we continue.
Prop 19, just to clarify.
Yes, the intergenerational transfer exclusion,
Yeah, thank
correct, is Proposition 19, one aspect of it. But
Yes.
yeah, base your value transfers for persons age 55, I believe that also was one of the examples, and we continue, quite frankly, to get problems in that area. Those are very broad. So in addition to helping taxpayers with specific problems they have with property taxes, our office can help with larger issues that can be, that brought about change that can affect more than one taxpayer. The issues are brought to our attention through people contacting our office or coming before this elected board at the TRA Bill of Rights hearing to share their concerns or their thoughts. So when we become aware of an issue that needs resolution, we work with the appropriate department to resolve that issue. The TRA annual report for 23-24 has a section on taxpayer education. So I wanted to just highlight one of those items in that report is basically the information sheets that we publish. We write those to taxpayers in simple and non-technical terms. They're intended to basically increase taxpayers' awareness of different property tax savings that may be available to them, as well as some other topics that we've expanded into the last year. The annual report identifies completion of one information sheet during that fiscal year, specifically on the availability of the co-tenancy exclusion. We also worked on 2 other educational publications during that fiscal year that were published shortly after that fiscal year. One of which was an information sheet on the reporting requirements for the death of a real property owner, which is important. So they're aware of all the different obligations that they need to make, and it can help them make decisions quickly in order to decide whether they want to move into a property that they may have inherited and qualify for the intergenerational transfer exclusion. So the other educational resource that we published during right after that fiscal year was an information guide on disaster relief, which is particularly important in that it talks about all the different types of relief available for taxpayers that were unfortunate to have been affected by disaster, such as a fire. It contains everything in one spot, so they know what relief is available at the point of disaster, what happens when they rebuild or they decide to move to another property. So for today's Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing, we were notified in advance of 4 speakers before the hearing through contacts with Board Proceedings Division or our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and there were 4 written comments that were submitted. One of those written comments actually was from a taxpayer, Mr. Nilsson, who has joined us in the audience today. So he'll be testifying before you, or providing comments before you, rather. And one other written comment, she may actually call in on the phone lines, but if she's not able to, then we will read her remarks that she provided in a document that's referred to as a written testimony. So the speakers that we have are as follows. So, yeah, so we have actually five then. So we have five. So the speakers that we have are Honorable Jeff Prang, the Los Angeles County Assessor and President of the CAA. Assessor Prang will actually speak first and then be joining us remotely on Teams, followed by Jennifer Rowe on behalf of California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates. Ms. Gina Rodriguez on behalf of Ryan LLC will be next. Then we have Brett Nelson, a taxpayer who, again, also submitted comments. And then we also have an additional speaker in the audience named Jesse Lee. So at this time, we will begin with those who notify us in advance that they'll be speaking, and then go into the phone lines. So that concludes my remarks. Unless there are any comments that the board members have, we can start inviting parties for their comments, and would like to start with Honorable Jeff Prang first.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, board members, I apologize. It doesn't appear as though I have visual capacity, but I'm happy to be here to have the opportunity to speak to you in my capacity as the president of the California Assessors Association. Today's Taxpayer Bill of Rights provides an important opportunity for taxpayers and stakeholders to offer feedback on the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Annual Report and to discuss ways that we can improve the property tax administrative system together, and as well as communications with the public. I'd like to begin by commending Lisa Thompson and the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office for her leadership in taxpayer education. The TRA office has really played an active role in helping county assessors educate taxpayers through a series of user-friendly information sheets. And these materials are written in plain language, help people to navigate the complex property tax topics, clearly serving as an essential resource for property owners as well as our offices. Since 2018, the TRA office and the California Assessors Association have collaborated to develop a range of educational materials designed to help taxpayers better understand key aspects of the property tax system. The information sheets are regularly updated to reflect statutory changes, such as those introduced by Proposition 19, and new topics are developed based on input from assessors across the state. At our October 2024 conference, the California Assessors Association agreed to the creation of several new publications, including How Property is Assessed, which is publication number 800-10, and this was published in July. I'd like to highlight one particularly impactful publication, the Information Guide for Disaster Relief for Damaged or Destroyed Property. This was released in August of 2024. Rather fortuitous, this guide provides essential information for property owners affected by disasters. Obviously, it's a growing concern, especially here in Los Angeles County, where many properties were devastated by wildfires earlier this year. The guideline outlines how to qualify for tax relief under Section 170 of the Revenue and Taxation Code, how properties taxes are adjusted, and what steps to take, whether the property is being rebuilt or the owner is relocating. It includes practical timelines and examples that make the process easier to understand. And this publication has been recognized by professionals in the field as a valuable resource for property owners due to its clarity and accessibility. It was formally announced in a letter to assessors 2024/028, and I encourage all assessors to make it widely available within their jurisdictions. The TRA office continues to expand and enhance its educational offerings to reflect legislative changes and support greater taxpayer understanding. Recent updates to the intergenerational transfer information sheets clarified important provisions such as filing deadlines, value caps, and eligibility requirements under Prop 19. Looking ahead, new publications are in the development on topics such as exemptions for nonprofit organizations and supplemental assessments, further helping taxpayers navigate the property tax system and comply with all applicable requirements. These educational efforts reflect a shared commitment between the TRA office as well as the California Assessors Association to help taxpayers understand their rights, responsibilities, and opportunities with greater clarity and confidence. So again, on behalf of the California Assessors Association, I want to thank the board and the TRA office for your continued collaboration and commitment to fairness, transparency, and public service.
Yeah, thank you so much, Assessor Prang. Appreciate what you're doing, representing your constituents in Los Angeles County, but also what you're doing as the president of the California Assessors Association. So we appreciate your engagement and thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for our next speaker? Any other comments at this stage? We're okay? All right, good.
So I would like to thank Assessor Prang for the comments on behalf of the Los Angeles County Assessor's Office, as well as the CAA. We're glad that the assessors find the information sheets useful, as well as the information guide for disaster relief valuable. So we do look forward to working with the Assessors Association on additional topics to increase taxpayer awareness.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next speaker that we have is Jennifer Rowe. She'll be speaking on behalf of the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Gaines, honorable members of the board, my name is Jennifer Rowe, here today on behalf of the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your ongoing commitment to protecting taxpayer rights. First, we would like to thank the Taxpayer Rights Advocates Office for convening this meeting and would like to take the opportunity to discuss issues that arose out of last year's meeting that ultimately led to Member Vasquez establishing and convening the Assessor and Assessment Appeals Board Issues Working Group. We want to thank the board for your work over the past year to create and convene the working group. This collaborative forum has brought together stakeholders who don't always have the opportunity to sit at the same table. We are especially encouraged that many of the short, medium, and long-term recommendations of the working group's draft report closely align with the proposals CADA submitted in April of this year. This shared vision gives us confidence that meaningful reforms are within reach. Today, I want to highlight 4 priority areas where action is most urgently needed. The first is reducing delays in assessment appeals. In too many counties, commercial and complex property appeals that should take days are instead taking years, sometimes 18 to 24 months due to fragmented hearing schedules, limited board availability, and procedural bottlenecks. Stricter adherence to Property Tax Rule 323 and better training of assessment appeals board members can prevent unnecessary continuances and keep cases moving. Adoption of docketing systems like Los Angeles counties can further improve transparency and scheduling efficiency statewide. The second is timely processing of property tax refunds. Taxpayers are required to pay their bills on time, yet refunds after successful appeals can take 6 to 12 months or longer. We urge the board to support reforms, whether through updates to the state controller's manual or legislation to require rule corrections within 30 days of an AAB decision and issuance of refunds within 30 days of an enrollment. This would prevent hardship for taxpayers and reduce unnecessary interest costs for counties. The third is modernizing e-filing and electronic signatures. Inconsistent county rules for accepting electronic signatures, combined with outdated, cumbersome e-filing platforms, are leading to avoidable 10% penalties for taxpayers who file on time. A statewide system, clear guidance on signature acceptance, and a BOE managed signature verification card program would provide uniformity, efficiency, and fairness for both taxpayers and assessors. And the last is addressing Proposition 19 challenges. Prop 19's rules for inherited properties and primary residence status have created confusion for taxpayers and significant administrative burdens for assessors. Simple, consistent messaging, along with better outreach to the public and the legal community, will help prevent unintended reassessments and preserve taxpayer protections. In closing, CADA strongly supports the adoption of the work group's recommendations, beginning with the short-term reforms that have broad agreement. We stand ready to partner with the board, county officials, and legislative leaders to ensure these improvements are implemented swiftly and effectively. Thank you again for your leadership, your openness to stakeholder collaboration, and your dedication to advancing taxpayer rights in California. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jen Rowe. We appreciate you representing CADA and representing taxpayers.
Thanks so much.
So we appreciate Ms. Rowe's comments on behalf of the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates. CADA serves an important role in protecting the rights of taxpayers in California, and we appreciate their outreach efforts to their members always to let them know about our information sheets as well as this hearing. We do appreciate their bringing the issues before this appeals on appeals and refunds, as well as electronic signatures. I just wanted to mention that as to electronic signatures, a county assessor's letter, only letter will be issued shortly addressing this matter, so. So unless there are any other comments, we can go to the next speaker, and this will be Gina Rodriguez, speaking on behalf of Ryan LLC.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gina Rodriguez. I'm a principal at Ryan LLC. Ryan LLC is a global tax and technology firm. We have more than 6,000 employees. We are in more than 80 countries, and we are the largest firm in the world dedicated to business taxes, including property taxes. We are not bound by the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, which means we are uniquely positioned to advocate for best practices in government services to ensure taxpayers receive exceptional service. As such, we frequently collaborate with government officials and personnel to advance effective approaches in tax administration. We communicate openly and provide recommendations from an external perspective that benefit both the government and the public. Our shared goal is efficient and effective tax administration that ensures taxpayers pay the correct amount of tax, no more and no less. You heard me last year speak at previous hearings, in fact, about the LA County Property Tax Task Force that Assessor Prang has so kindly allowed us to continue. We started it a few years ago. I am the facilitator of that task force. And it was established to really deal with the unprecedented post-COVID backlog of 40,000 tax appeals, 40,000. We brought together not only the assessor, but we have 5 property tax administrators in each county. County assessor, the auditor controller, the treasurer tax collector, the executive office of the Assessment Appeals Board, the AAB, and then I had the county council, the LA County Council. So we have this group together along with a few trade organizations and a few highly respected property tax attorneys. And we were meeting monthly when we first started to try to tackle all the issues, and Jen explained some of them, delayed appeals and delayed refunds. And then we've really come a long way and solved a lot of problems already, and we've made some significant process improvements in the county, and we've yielded really positive results. The backlog now has been reduced by 75%, and appeals are being scheduled within a few months of receipt. The AAB now releases their notices of board action, which is their decisions, within 2 weeks of the decision. And further, with respect to delayed property tax refunds, we're seeing some improvement, but we really do have a long way to go. As Jen mentioned, we need to tackle that issue. I have a few recommendations today. Some recommendations, as you may know, will require legislation. Some will require county ordinances, and some will simply require process changes or form changes or new forms to get things done. Again, Jen thanked Member Vasquez. I thank you as well. We have a whole team thanking you for starting that work group. It was really, really important to start a work group to start discussing some of these issues and how to solve them. And the work group actually was one of the recommendations we had provided. Knowing how well the LA County Property Tax Task Force worked, we needed to have a work group. In my capacity as a tax professional for more than 4 decades now, I have attended many conferences from the California Assessors Association. I've been a speaker at a few of them, including a few weeks ago in South Lake Tahoe. I do have firsthand experience of what it means to have in-person networking or in-person conversations and what can be accomplished by those conversations. We should be regularly engaging county property tax officials with tax professionals. It should be on a regular cadence. It should be happening simultaneously. We should be opening up communication channels, and this really will help identify efficiencies and cost savings, not only for counties and taxpayers, but also for the state. For example, in a 5-minute conversation with an assessor, you might hear about the many challenges they face, such as no-shows at the appeals. That costs them a lot of money. We need to hear about it. If we don't know about the problem, we can't tackle it and try to resolve it. In talking to property tax professionals, you might hear about the amount of paper they must use because there are no e-filing systems that allow batch processing. And I think I've shown you pictures in the past of 900 pounds of paper that we have to take into the U.S. Postal Service because there's no batch processing allowed in the counties for the e-filing. We are eager to partner with the board on these recommendations. Jen covered really the first 3 of mine. I'll go first with the e-signatures. The e-signature issue has been around for a very long time, even before COVID, because we had a bill, AB 1744 in 2003 is when we first tackled this. It was enacted into law and added subdivision K of section 441 to the Revenue Tax Code. And it actually requires the assessor's signature authentication and board approval. The problem is we don't have any guidance. I've talked to many counties, they don't have guidance, they're asking the board for guidance, we're asking the board for guidance on this. The board did release an LTA in 2020 resulting from COVID, but it doesn't quite go far enough. For example, we need to get down to specificity. How do we submit a paper return with a facsimile signature? How does that happen? I think the board just needs to work with the counties on that process, and we're happy to work with them as well. Jen covered deadlines as far as enrollment deadlines and refund deadlines. She mentioned 30 days, and we agree it should be a reasonable number of days to get those enrollments done, to make sure the roll is corrected, and to get the refunds out. I don't know if 30 days is the right answer. Happy to work with counties to figure out what would work for them. But really, taxpayers have to pay on time. Taxpayers have to file on time. And there's no reason counties should be waiting a year to get the rolls corrected. It really does cause a serious burden for them. And I have provided a letter, so there's more information in the letter on that. With respect to uniformity, we've discussed this in the past. We'd like the board to review significant inconsistencies among the 58 counties and make recommendations to county officials on how to reduce compliance burdens. All 58 assessors, we know, they can choose how they want to operate, but really the lack of consistency is problematic and very burdensome on taxpayers. For example, all 58 counties have different agent authorization forms for filing property statements. Based on our recommendation last year, the board agreed to develop a statewide form, which is in progress and should be before your board hopefully soon for approval. However, perhaps other statewide forms should be developed, which would lift the burden on taxpayers and provide the counties with some uniformity. Jumping over to intangibles, talked about this last year. There is zero guidance on how to value intangibles. That keeps leading to very expensive litigation, and we've asked the board to perhaps provide some guidance for valuing intangibles. Taxpayer addresses. I talked to almost every state agency about this. I feel like there should be an address czar in California because we have to file address updates with DMV, with FTB, with Secretary of State, with CDTFA, with BOE, and with each county. And it's very problematic. This is part of the problem we have identified in LA County. The bad addresses are part of the problem for the delayed refunds because the auditor controller is releasing the refund to an old address. It goes to bad address, then it gets bounced back, and it sits there and gets stale. and it really takes a massive effort to try to get the refund re-released. So we are still dealing with wrong and bad addresses in LA County. I don't have answers yet. We're continuing to work, but would love cooperation from everybody, because I'm sure each county probably has some concerns about bad addresses. Assessment appeals surveys. I again suggested this last year. The board is charged by statute to do assessment sampling surveys, but they seem to be out of date. Some of the process issues are not even included. For example, it might be helpful to know some of the key metrics, such as how long it takes to schedule an appeal, or how long it takes to issue a refund. None of those type process issues are looked at. I know they're looking at more assessment ratios when they do their surveys, and it is in the government code, so it would need a statute change, but that might be something we want to look at, just to get if we don't have the metrics, we don't know how to solve the problem. So there's also something called a special topic survey. The last one that was done was in 2004, but there was actually a special topic survey done on assessment appeals in 1986, and that was the last one we've done. And we've come a long way with technology since 1986, so that might be something we want to look at. And finally, uniform appeal dates. In December 2024, the board voted unanimously to accept our recommendation to seek legislation for uniform appeal dates. As you know, we have 47 counties right now that have appeal dates of November 30th, and 11 counties have an appeal date of September 15th. However, tax bills are not issued until October, so many taxpayers miss the appeal dates in the 11 counties. My colleague, Greg Gibney, is probably in the AT&T queue, and he will be speaking to this recommendation. I don't know where he is in the queue, but we'll be able to give you some more background, because I know there are some assessors who are dead set against keeping the September 15th deadline. Implementing these recommendations would reassure taxpayers that their property taxes are being handled efficiently and effectively, and ensuring that the correct amount of money is going to our schools, and it would strengthen their trust in government. I appreciate your time and happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gina Rodriguez with Ryan LLC. We appreciate your comments. You've got some great recommendations. I have some concern about electronic filing validation because we're experiencing problems with title theft, and a lot of that's done electronically.
Yeah.
So whatever's implemented, I want to make sure that there are safeguards in place, because with AI coming on, I think there's going to be a lot of techniques used to fool systems that nefarious people could create a lot of problems.
Yep.
So I imagine you're looking at that and making sure it's completely secure, because I support it. I think it's so much simpler to use a DocuSign, but.
We have, and we also work with, I used to work at Franchise Tax Board, and I'm quite familiar with their forms program, but there are computerized forms, and some counties don't accept computerized forms.
Sure.
And the FTB, for example, doesn't approve the program itself, but it approves the form. You have to go through a pretty stringent process of a forms approval at FTB.
Okay.
And they give each vendor a code, so we know if there's a problem with that form, we know who to go to.
Yes.
Whoever it might be. So there are systems in place already that we can look at our sister agencies for help.
Sure. As far as the taxpayer backlogs, I'm concerned about those, because while I think those counties are paying interest, I think they're required to do so by statute, aren't they?
That's right. They have to pay interest by statute.
It still creates cash flow problems. I mean, if you don't have the money, then, you've got bills to pay. So the faster we can get those resolved, and I'm really encouraged that you've reduced that backlog by 75%. I really want to recognize Tony for doing that in LA County. It's wonderful. Yeah, okay, we'll move on to other members. Tony Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just had a quick question. I know we talked about this early on, and I had a conversation with my assessor, Jeff Rang, about the whole delay on the refunds.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, is it getting any better?
We're seeing some improvements for delayed refunds, but again, until we solve this problem with addresses, And for example, and we think we have some solutions, we just need to work through them, but some refunds go back, the refund has to go back to the payer.
Right.
And sometimes that's the escrow company. And the escrow company gets the refund and it just sits
It
on the
sits there.
refund. Gets stale, then we have to start all over. So we need to figure out whether it's something done on the appeals form itself to signal it needs to go to this address. The counties are very, very black and white on the law, but it has to go back to the payer. We get that. So how do we fix that? So I think the address issue is pretty significant with respect to the delayed refunds. In LA County in particular, the property tax rules need to get corrected before the property tax refund goes out. So if we can get those rule corrections done quickly, then the refunds can go out quicker.
I'm wondering if, when it has to go back to the payer, or the one that made the payment, which in most cases you said is the escrow company. I wonder if they can include the address of the owner as well. So at least they get notice. They may not get the payment back, but at least they get notice to follow up on it.
Again, we even have some property tax agents that will revise that appeals form to say, please send the refund to this address. But again, they're not bound by law, the tax collectors and the auditor controllers. So I think it needs to be a process change, certainly. I don't know that we need a law change on that one. So would love to work with all of you to figure out how to solve this. And it's not just counties. Again, like I said, it's every state agency has an issue.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments? All right, great.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much, appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for your comment. We appreciate you providing them. We will look over the comments and see if we have any questions and reach out to you. But I just wanted to bring up some important points. There are very important points that she made in this letter as well as last year's letter. So that's how we can bring about change. So as one comment, she mentioned as the agent authorization form that was brought up last year at the Bill of Rights hearing. And at that time, I had indicated that the executive director had agreed to meet with her and others regarding that form, interest in having that form, as well as the deputy director of the property tax department, and the executive director and deputy director met with her and as well as a few others on that form development and took the suggestions that into development. And many of her suggestions were incorporated into the form. That agent authorization form is anticipated to be presented to the board at an upcoming meeting this quarter. So again, I mentioned e-signatures, that a CAO will be issued in regard to that shortly. We do recognize the issue with addresses, so hope to, continue to work with her to figure that out. I know that's one of the conversations that's being made with her and the different Los Angeles County agencies as far as how to improve that. And then, of course, our agency does adopt the form as far as, or prescribe the form for appeals boards. So I'll be talking with the deputy director to see if some changes can be made to that in the future. So if unless there are any questions or comments, we can go to the next speaker.
I have a couple of questions. So is there currently anything in the law that would compel an escrow company or another entity to disgorge the funds that they've received and they're not forwarding, or require them to accept a check from the state?
Well, I think so, like she mentioned, so in the tax collector's office, they do have to issue refunds to the payee. So I think in the case of those, it's typically like when you have a sale. So maybe there's an appeal in process, and then in the meantime, well, before it's heard, the property is sold. So instead of the former property owner or the property owner at the time maybe paying it, then it's paid through escrow. It just happens to be a timing thing. And so when the refund goes to escrow, I mean, that's kind of out of the control of the tax collector as well. And, that is causing an issue because the escrow company gets it, sits on it. Maybe they don't know what it's to, what it's for, and then it gets stale dated, and then there's there's issues with that. So I don't know how widespread that is amongst the state. I mean, you do have escrow companies, but I would imagine smaller escrow companies might be able to manage a bit more than counties like Los Angeles that might have large volumes of, sales going through it. But it's,
And if it's a large problem, then why would the payments, like if the county officials issue a check and the check isn't cashed within 60 days, could it not just be escheated to the state controller's office for the responsible party to pick up later when their time allows?
well, I think it's from a county, so it's not really the state controller's office. So the refunds are issued at the local level. So I think there is a solution, so it sounds like, Gina's working with at least Los Angeles on this, but there has to be some sort of mechanism, so if there's an appeal that's in process, somehow it's known that that property maybe has been sold, so it needs to go, it wouldn't necessarily be issued to the escrow company, or if it was issued to the escrow company, there has to be some indicator of what it's going through, so some sort of communication. I don't know what that is, either. It's really a tax collector kind of thing, or even the auditor controllers, county auditor controllers, how they do that. So that maybe
Okay.
conversation has to be.
And I'd
had.
be interested in the future, like if there are just all these dead letters sitting everywhere that, as it's been portrayed to us,
Yeah.
and checks that maybe they go to an accounting firm that no longer has a relationship with the person, and it's a very complicated process.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is there some way that can just go from the county accounts to be escheated to the state? And then, it's up to people to go look for their own money.
I think it should be kind of a simple process. I don't know what's transmitted from a tax collector to an escrow company, like when that refund is issued. But it would be fairly simple for the escrow company to pick up the phone and contact the tax collector's office, and then they should be able to trace it through. On that property, they handled that property. So I'm not sure what the disconnect is. So I'm hoping that, with Gina's conversations with the working group, they can have, that tax collector's office or auditor's office can have communications with the various escrow companies to figure out what the disconnect is. Because on a refund check, it would identify the parcel. So, it would be pretty straightforward for the escrow company to look up that parcel number, figure out who they transacted the business for, and know who the prior owner is. But it could be difficulty because the escrow company, I don't know who they represent, because we're not really involved with escrow companies, but they're kind of, whether they're representing buyer, seller, I don't know who. So it's just a little more legwork on the part of, say, the escrow company. If an escrow company, if the property's not sold, there shouldn't be as much of an address issue. So,
If I could just weigh in, because if if you've got a mortgage on the property, there's a mortgage company or a mortgage servicer that's managing escrow accounts. So if there's excess funds in an escrow account, they're refunded to the property owner.
the prior one or the current one?
Current.
Okay, well, in this case, should go to the prior owner, really, because the appeal would be the
Yeah.
prior
if it's-
owner. I
yeah,
don't know if,
If the money would be for the prior owner through a sales transaction, you're talking about sales transaction? Okay, so wouldn't it go, even if it went to the escrow company, there's an obligation to return it to that owner, right? Wouldn't they have the address?
they would, they would have they would see the transaction, so they would have buyer, seller contacts. So I don't know, I don't know if, like Gina has been able to delve into the details with Los Angeles on what the problem is. I mean, I could ask her if she's willing to come up and share that, or maybe those are kind of conversations that she's going through now with the working group in Los Angeles to come to fruition. It sounded like that's something that she's kind of, her working group is embarking on now.
Could be a time
It
delay
is.
issue,
So
though.
it sounds like it is current.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
members. Thank you, Lisa. You
Thank
did an
you.
excellent job. Mr. Young would like to do some clarification on the escrow account, the impound account, because you were correct. If you're having your taxes paid, go ahead.
All right.
Go.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is David Young. I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. And just to address Vice Chair Lieber's direct question about what happens to a stale check that is sent to somebody and nobody collects it, nobody cashes it. The standard procedure, I believe, is that after a statutory deadline, that property is turned over to the state controller, if I'm not mistaken, and there is a Department of Unclaimed Property. It is escheated to the state, and then the state notifies you to come and say, I have X amount of dollars in this account, and you go in and you go through their process, prove your identity, and you get to basically you can retrieve that money. But that is, I recognize that process. I don't know what the statutory timeline is. It's possibly quite long. So for it to go through when somebody issues a refund, it goes to the wrong person, it sits before it gets turned over. The issuer of that check will see it's not been cashed. They're required by law to turn it over. And I don't know what that time is. It may be a significant amount of time. It may be several years. So it does add credence to how the refund process can get held up. It just goes into a black hole until somebody figures out it hasn't been cashed, then it gets turned over to the state. It gets cheated to the state. So that's my contribution.
Good. Okay.
And as the conversation about that goes on,
Yeah.
I'd love to know about non-LA examples, because I know that there was a huge dysfunction in LA, which has now been cleared up and seems to be processing contemporaneously. But I'd like to know about non-LA examples if we have any.
Of course. LA is very uniquely situated. As you well know, they represent a quarter of the population, they have a quarter of the budget, and they have a quarter of the assessments. So we look at their leadership in solving some of this. Hopefully we can ride their coattails a little
Thank
bit on
you.
that. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments? Okay, Member Vasquez. Oh.
Well, it sounds like, well, I know there's more discussions. I need to sit back, and I know I had some conversations with my assessor, Jeff Prang, about this, and he was, I know at the association, he was going to share it with some of the other smaller counties to see if, in fact, what they're doing could be of use or helpful to some of the others. And I don't know if that took place yet.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Member Schaefer.
Yes, Ms. Thompson, we had a
Is that mic on?
We had a written comment from a taxpayer concerned about,
We haven't quite gone to the written comments yet. Would you like
Oh,
to
you
wait?
haven't?
Yeah, if you don't, we're almost there, though.
okay,
Well,
thank you.
after the phone
I'll
lines.
be patient.
And we have
Okay, thank you.
a taxpayer in the room.
Yeah,
So
so,
that's next?
yeah, so
Yeah,
the next
okay.
speaker that we have is Mr. Brett Nilsson, and he's in the audience.
Great. How are you, Mr. Nelson?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Brett Nelson. I've lived in Solano County for 26 years, specifically in the city of Benicia, which, as you're aware, is capital of California in 1853. I'm a 63-year-old Navy veteran. I served as a medical officer on the USS Orion during the Persian Gulf War, and for decades after that, I've worked as an emergency physician in Vallejo, as you know, is one of the bankrupt cities in California. treated countless patients without insurance, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, I was on the front lines when people came in gasping for breath. My wife is a pediatrician, served in Vallejo as well, and is healing thousands of young lives in her career. I'm currently on a Citizens Oversight Commission in Benicia. In 2001, my family and I bought our home in Benicia, where we raised our son, who moved out around 2019. After he moved out, we downsized from a 4-bedroom home to a smaller home across the same town. Because the replacement home was more expensive, we did not qualify for Proposition 60 tax-based transfer. And then two years later, Proposition 19 was passed, which is, as you're aware, finally allowed seniors over 55 to transfer their base value, even if the new home costs slightly more. Unfortunately, we had already sold the home and missed this window of fairness by timing. After months of correspondence with both the Solano County Assessor and the Board of Equalization, my appeals were denied. I did get a very thoughtful and detailed letter from Margie Wing here at the Board of Equalization. And she actually requested that I come here and present my case. I written last week to my elected representatives, Lori Wilson and Christopher Capildon as well, but I come here today just to emphasize this. The intent of Proposition 19 was to allow seniors to downsize without being forced out of their communities by rising property taxes. In my case, our annual property tax doubled from $9,000 to $18,000, even though we remained in the same city and simply downsized. I'm not asking to avoid taxes altogether, only to keep a similar property tax base that we already had, consistent with the spirit of Proposition 19. I respectfully ask for relief so that retirees like myself who have served our country and community can remain in California without being burdened beyond reason on a fixed income. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Nelson. We appreciate your service to our nation too. Is there something that we can do? I'm looking at our executive director in terms of what was just described. Dr. Nelson's case.
We can comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like Lisa
Yeah.
is already working with you.
Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, so Margie Wing works for me in the TRA office. And so our office has worked with him recently, and we were forwarded his comments actually from the property tax department. He wrote a letter at the end of July. So when he contacted us, or contacted the property tax department, we looked at his situation, and unfortunately, he was not able to qualify for Proposition 19 because he purchased and sold his property prior to the effective date of Proposition 19's base or value transfer provisions. So he wasn't able to qualify. We looked into the circumstances of his purchase and sale, and he wasn't eligible. He indicated he downsized. Unfortunately, just due to the market conditions, the replacement was of higher market value, so that deems ineligible under prior base or value transfer law. So we basically explained to him that to enable him to qualify for current law, that would require a change in the constitutional provisions because the dates were simply before the effective date of the base or value transfers provisions of Proposition 19, and that was effective April 1st, 2021. So, so yeah, that really would be the only way to enable him to qualify for that particular transaction is if the amendment was made to the Constitution to make an earlier date. So we weren't able to find any way that he could qualify for a base or value transfer under any other law. So.
Okay. So it's a matter of statute.
Yeah, it's a matter of that and the Constitution. So before Proposition 19's base or value transfer provisions, a person could only qualify for a base or value transfer if the replacement property's market value was of equal or lesser value than the original property that was sold. And in his case, he purchased a higher market value of replacement. So he was within the same county, so That wasn't an issue. As you know, for prior base year value transfer laws, you couldn't make a transfer anywhere in the state. It was only within the same county or with the 10 or 11 counties that have base year value transfers accepted by ordinance from other counties. So,
Can you go into that a little bit more in terms of inter-county? So if you own a home within the same county, you have a home in the county and you move to another home in the county, how does that work in terms of base year value?
so for current law or prior, so for
Prior
law.
prior
so
to Prop 19.
Prior law, it's still, it could be done, but the replacement properties market value had to be the same or less value than the market of the original. So you couldn't go up like you can now. So with Proposition 19's base year value transfer, you can buy a house that is of higher market value. You just pay the difference between the market value of the original and the replacement on top of your transfer
see.
base
Okay.
year value.
Okay.
But before, you just didn't qualify. That was an absolute. So Proposition 19's base year value transfers are more generous, better, I guess, because you can take it anywhere in the state and you can go up. You just have to pay the difference in market value. So, so that's kind of
Okay.
the only option is if a constitutional amendment was made, and I don't think you ever see it really that you can backdate it, because I mean, Proposition 19 changed it as a point in time. I don't know how that would work with a constitutional amendment
Yeah.
backdating it, so.
Yeah, so Dr. Nelson, do you understand that it would have to actually be a change to the California state constitution to do so, which is so difficult to make changes to? I mean, it happens occasionally with like an initiative or two-thirds votes of both the Assembly and the Senate to change the constitution. So I don't know, and if it's related to, is it related to a proposition, Lisa, or is this?
Well, they would,
County.
like a proposition would have to be, come forward to
Okay.
change a constitutional
Okay.
amendment, I believe.
So unfortunately,
That's one way of doing it.
we don't have a solution
Yeah.
for your problem. The only thing I could add is that we've got a lot of folks moving up from your area to the Sacramento area, Placer, El Dorado counties, and you can buy, values are about half. So that would be a means of reducing your tax obligation, but it would involve a bigger move. So.
I don't want to live in Sacramento.
Yes, okay, and I hear you, I understand. I'm sorry, I just don't know I can't think of a solution here. Yes.
I think that this
Member
is
Lieber.
the difficulty of the propositions that are constitutional amendments, and as opposed to a statutory initiative, is that when they're a constitutional amendment, that would have to go back out to a vote of the people and a two-thirds vote of the legislature to put it on the ballot. So it's a hard one at this point. There could be some change coming that we don't know about, because we do have each constituents who are stuck in a base year transfer issue. But it doesn't look good for the prospect of doing it. So, but I'll ask Doug Winslow, my chief deputy, to give you his card, and if we hear anything coming down the road, we could let you know about it, because Solano is one of our counties, so we'll at least keep in touch. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing it forward. And I'm sorry we can't help. Okay, all right, so
So we have.
where are we? Ms. Thompson?
So we have next speaker, Jesse Lee from the California Taxpayers Association.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Gaines and honorable members of the board. First, I want to apologize for any inconvenience my late addition to make public comment made to the board and for the staff, and also express my gratitude for the opportunity to provide public comment and for the board for convening the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing. The California Taxpayers Association appreciates the board's ongoing commitment to transparency, due process, and practical solutions that help taxpayers understand and meet their obligations. We also are very appreciative of the board's assessment practices surveys, which help ensure fair and consistent assessment of property throughout the state. Today, I'm here briefly to express our thanks for this forum and to note that we will be submitting detailed written comments for the record. Our written testimony will include specific recommendations to improve guidance, streamline communication with taxpayers and representatives, and reduce avoidable compliance costs. We look forward to continued collaboration with the board and with the staff. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments on behalf of the California Taxpayers Association and for your continued promotion of our TRA Bill of Rights hearing. At this point, we do not have any more speakers in the audience, so we can go to the phone line if that's.
Now, if I could, just for clarification, because we were going to take a break. So what's your recommendation? Should we go to AT&T and see if there's other taxpayers, or? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I thought I should ask the question, though. So, okay, very good. Thank you. Proceed.
Okay,
So,
phone lines?
yeah, so AT&T moderator, will you please let us know if there's anybody on the line that would like to comment on this item?
There are no comments at this time from the phone lines.
Okay, great. Thank you, moderator.
Moderator, can you ask to see if anyone wants to make a comment, please?
We were supposed to have some folks, right? Okay.
AT&T moderator, can you go out? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. If you'd like to make a comment, please press 10 at this time. For any public comments, please press 1, then 0. One moment, please. You do have a question. One moment, please.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you.
Line 14, your line is open.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Greg Gibney, and I'm a San Diego County resident and homeowner. My career is actually in the field of property taxes, and I'm a principal at Ryan LLC, a company that represents thousands of taxpayers within California. My colleague Gina Rodriguez spoke in person earlier today and pointed out in her comments that we currently have 2 different assessment appeal deadlines in the state of California, depending on which county your property is located in. She had mentioned that 47 counties have an assessment appeal deadline of November 30th, while 11 counties have a much earlier assessment appeal deadline of September 15th. As Gina alluded to, this non-uniformity leads to confusion amongst taxpayers, especially those taxpayers who may have moved from one county with a November 30th deadline to another county that happens to have a September 15th deadline. In California's property tax system, we currently have uniform deadlines for other parts of the property tax system. One of the reasons for this is because it alleviates confusion amongst taxpayers. Business personal property tax returns, for example, Form 571, are all due in every county by May 7th of each year. Unsecured property tax bills are due in every county by August 31st of each year. Secured property tax bills, the first installment is due in every county by December 10th, and the second installment is due in every county by April 10th. Uniformity amongst counties helps alleviate confusion amongst California taxpayers, something that I believe we should all strive for. Based on this, I would strongly recommend having all counties recognize one uniform assessment appeal deadline, which I believe should be November 30th. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much, Greg. Members, any comments? Okay.
Yeah, so we do recognize that it may be confusing to taxpayers to have two different deadlines. We do know that the statutory, so that election can be done by an assessor depending on whether certain notices are issued. So any change to that would require a statutory deadline to, if it was to be consistent statewide without the option of two different ones, so.
We need a law to make that consistent, is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically it would be mandating each assessor's office to have one deadline as
We
opposed
don't
to now
have that
one.
authority? Is that
I
right?
don't know the statutory provision off the top of my head, but it's one or the other. So either it's dependent. So if an assessor's office issued a certain notice, that deadline is different. So I don't know if Dave wants to mention it or not, but David knows the deadlines apparently. Do you know the deadlines? The code? If he doesn't know the codes, I can look
Yeah,
that
that'd
up
be-
and find out too for you later.
Because that was a great point, brought up in terms of the inconsistency with appeal dates, right? And then there was also a metrics issue in terms of are we asking the right questions in our surveys? So,
Good morning again. Chairman Gaines, honorable members of the board. Once again, my name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. You asked about the deadlines for filing an assessment appeal. Right now, the current statute is that it provides for two deadlines. One is in September if you mail out certain notices.
Okay.
If you mail out that notice, it's to serve as a, hey, this is gonna be your tax bill, and it fulfills a certain requirement, then you get an earlier deadline. The other one is November 30th, at the end of November. If you do not mail that notice out and you use the actual tax bill as your notice of your assessed value, then it's a later date. Right now, all 58 counties can choose to do one or the other.
can they do both?
They cannot do both.
Okay.
47 has chosen not to use that notice, but instead to use the tax bill, and thus they have the later deadline. The remaining 11, they chose to actually use and mail out that notice of assessment. So they have an earlier deadline. So all 58 counties can elect to do so, 11 has elected not to. For it to be compelled to have one consistent deadline, it would require a statutory change to law and to make it all one date.
Yes. And if I'm a taxpayer, I would just soon pay it later.
It doesn't,
Right, so you don't have.
it doesn't change when you have to pay.
Okay.
It just changes when
When you're noticed?
Yeah, when you have to file your assessment appeal in order to be a valid appeal.
Okay,
So that's all it changes.
Okay.
Your payment and everything else stays the same.
all right, very well. So it sounds like the solution is a legislative one.
If we want to make it consistent and not give the assessors, the counties, the choice as to which deadline to choose.
Okay,
That is correct.
very good. Thank you. Other questions, please? Okay, good. Thank you.
Good morning, Ted Angelo, Legislative Director. I just wanted to chime in that we did, and the board did support a uniform deadline, and it didn't move forward. It was going to go in a committee bill, but there was opposition from some of the counties. So this is still a contentious issue and doesn't have uniform support from all the counties.
Okay,
If there was to be a change, it would probably have to go in, have an author carry the bill, and there would be support and opposition from those that
Yeah.
support and oppose it.
So-
So it was supported by the board.
yeah,
It was going to go into a committee bill, and because it was controversial, it was removed from that, and we decided to wait
okay.
to address it at another time.
How
So-
about the California Assessors Association? Where did they weigh in? Were they supportive?
Yvette Starr, Executive Director. The 11 county assessors who have the different date, they all oppose strongly.
Okay,
We met, and they discussed their process, and to go with the later date was gonna change your budgets. It was gonna really result in a backlog of appeals, and they strongly oppose.
okay, all right. And it sounds like, did they ever, I guess they never came to terms in the association itself on the issue?
The association did not take a position.
Yeah, okay, all right.
And I
very well.
asked them when we had our
Yes,
meeting.
okay.
Is CAA in support or against?
All right.
And those 11 said they're all against.
Okay, all right, very well. Thanks for the clarity.
Just one more comment.
Vice Chair Weber.
I guess going forward, so not today, I'd like to know what the proponents, Ryan or others who are proponents, are, what's their legislative plan to do it? Because I think we have a hard time when 11 counties are hard opposed. So, and I don't think from our standpoint, we could fight it out hard in the legislature, but because this is something that we hear about time after time after time after time, I'd love to know on an informal basis, what is Ryan going to do about it? And what's the plan? Don't need to hear today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Other comments?
I just have one comment too. I assume that these deadlines have been in place for decades and decades. So to kind of make this change now is kind of like a Herculean effort. So looking forward to what Ryan is going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Controller. Okay,
Okay, so we have 3 written comments. The first one we'll have Amy read, which is Steve Cisneros.
wonderful, thank you.
Good morning. The first public comment that I am reading is from Steve Cisneros. He states, "I believe there should be a property tax discount for those over age of 65 and for military retirees. The discount should be at least 25%, if not more." That concludes this public comment, so Ms. Thompson can remark.
Yeah, so we appreciate that comment. As to the rate, the property tax rate is set by the California Constitution, specifically Article 13, Section 1. So for real property, the property tax rate is 1% plus local approved bonded indebtedness. And the county assessor's office basically determines the property's assessed value, and that is multiplied by the 1% tax rate to have that property tax component plus that percent for voter approved indebtedness. So to have a discount for any person of a particular age or military status would require a constitutional amendment. Currently, there is a disabled veterans exemption available for principal residents that's substantially more than the homeowner's exemption. So our office does have an information sheet on the disabled veterans exemption, as well as on property tax assistance programs to seniors. So we will reach out to this taxpayer to provide that information. We're not sure if he is disabled or not, but we'll at least let him know about the availability of that for savings.
There have been, just to clarify, when we served in the legislature, there were numerous attempts to increase that homeowner's exemption for veterans. Doesn't answer the senior question, but I carried a bill myself. I was unsuccessful. So, yeah, go ahead.
Just a quick comment. I hope that Mr. Cisneros is possibly listening. One of the things that I found out at the last Assessors Association conference was that Marin County on the tax bill prints the contact phone number for each of the add-ons to the property taxes. So the voter initiatives for the different school increments and et cetera. Many of them do have an opt-out for seniors, but if a contact is not printed on your tax bill, then it's harder to access that. But I would.
On a per county basis, is that what you're saying?
Well, Marin just prints it on their tax bill. So
Okay.
if there's an add-on for a particular school district, the contact phone number is there.
Okay.
So that the taxpayer can call that entity and say, is there a senior exemption to
Oh,
this
good.
add-on?
Okay, all right.
So I hope that other counties will pick that up, because I
Sure.
think that's very, very helpful. And that can be a good amount of money
Mm-hmm.
that seniors may be exempt from if they request the exemption. And many people don't want to go through that legwork or don't know.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, mostly what we've seen is on the tax bills under the special assessment portion anyway. There are, like for school bonds that are special assessments and tax, special taxes that are for schools, then you can apply for them if if you're 65 and over. There's a couple other reasons, but the phone number is in there. So if you call, you can ask if there's an exemption available. Sometimes there's information on the district website as well. Yolo County, for example, does have information on their school district website about how to apply for the exemptions. So,
Ms. Thompson?
yes.
Member Schaefer, yes.
Yes, you assured us that there's nothing in the tax law that gives any benefit because of age. That's the general proposition that would require a constitutional amendment to change that. But you also mentioned property tax benefits for seniors. What could we be talking about there?
Well, so as far as like the information sheet that we have on property tax assistance programs for seniors, that information sheet talks about several things, but it talks about the availability of payment plans for seniors. It also references property tax assistance program from the state controller's office. It talks about the availability of different types of exemptions. So that's kind of what that talks about.
Do you have any awareness of what seniors' plight is in other states? Has Arizona or Oregon or any of the states that out here in the West, have they done something for seniors that we're unable to without a constitutional amendment?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with any other states.
I wondered if you run across any practices of other jurisdictions outside of California.
Yeah, I have not. Yeah, I just know of California law.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So if we can go to the next
Yes,
public
please.
comment. So the next one is from Kim Flores, and Ms. Hendrickson will read that.
Yes, the next written public comment is from Kim Flores. The comment states, please consider decreasing property tax due to the business and home always being burglarized and robbed on a daily basis multiple times despite police incident reports filed in which detectives discovered corrupt law enforcement personnel and racist neighbors as the suspects, but are unable to enforce restraining orders. Alcoholic beverage tax should be increased as a deterrence method because it damages the liver and kidneys. Also, it is okay for anyone to lose a life in the hands of under the influence drivers. That concludes this public comment, so Ms. Thompson can remark.
So we do appreciate her comments, and we're certainly sorry for the situation that she describes as far as the problems in her neighborhood. Generally, if the market conditions of a neighborhood would reflect that, and those would be taken into account by an assessor's office in assessing property. So every year, in accordance with property tax law, the assessor is supposed to assess property at the lower of factored base year value or market value. If that particular property's market value declined lower than its factored base year value, then you would see a lesser value, say, of a property that's similar in a more desirable neighborhood. So that is something that's reflected already in assessor's practice and in law. So we can make sure to reach out to Mrs. Flores to let her know that she's aware she can request a decline in value review to the county assessor's office if she thinks the market value of her property is less than her assessed value, as well as of formal appeals rights through the Assessment Appeals Board to formally dispute that value. As to concerns about the alcoholic beverage tax and the belief it should be raised, the alcoholic beverage tax rate is specified in statute, so there are different rates depending on the type of alcohol and whether it's beer, wine, or distilled spirits. So to increase that alcoholic beverage tax rate would require a statutory amendment to the distributors, manufacturers, and importers of that tax. So unless there is any questions or comments, we can go to the next one. Yes, Mr. Schaefer.
Ms. Thompson, I've been in the public arena 60 years, starting as a prosecuting attorney, and I know when I started out, DUI was quite a bit more lenient than it is today. If your blood alcohol reading was between 0.5 and 15, you may or may not be under the influence, depending on how you did with the test. Today, as we know, it's 0.08 and above, you are presumed under the influence. I've seen that get tougher and tougher as society gets more and more aware. I've also seen tobacco taxes raised substantially over the last decades. As a matter of public policy, we want to discourage the use of tobacco, and we want to discourage it, especially among underage. But we're in the business of taxing alcoholic beverages. Over the last 10, 20, 30 years, what has been the record on our tax rate on alcoholic beverages? Has it gotten higher and higher as a public deterrent, or like tobacco, like DUI prosecution, or has it remained status quo? I'm not really aware, and I thought you might be.
Well, we collect that alcoholic beverage tax by statute. I mean, so you can address that. Okay.
Got Laurel Williams here.
Hello, I'm Laurel Williams, the Special Taxes Advisor for the Executive Office. So to follow up with your question, Mr. Schaefer, the alcoholic beverage tax has remained the same mostly since the 90s. For various reasons, and one of the main differences between the alcoholic beverage tax and the cigarette and tobacco taxes, I used to work in that realm, is that there's also where those go, where the funds go. For instance, with cigarette and tobacco, there's some that are of the taxes specifically earmarked and voted in by the voters for things like First Five California and breast cancer and various different entities that the voters have chosen to vote in, whereas the alcoholic beverage tax so far has been mostly adjusted at the legislative level. So
you're saying that the increase in tobacco taxes we've seen over the years has been a voter motivated?
Yeah.
And you're saying the increase or lack of increase on liquor taxes has been a legislative driven?
Correct. Does that?
Just a question of clarification. I read that alcohol consumption's at like its lowest level in half a century.
Yes, there is, and I have more in my report later
Yes.
About the consumption is changing, and there's more and more, as Mr. Schaefer pointed out, there's more evidence of health impacts to alcohol consumption, and there's different markets within the alcoholic beverage industry that have changed quite a bit in the last few years.
Thank you.
Yep, welcome.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so we have one more public comment. That is from Tanya Barnes.
The next written public comment is from Ms. Tanya Barnes. The comment states, "My name is Tanya Barnes, and I am the trustee of the Agnes H. Barnes Revocable Trust. In lieu of public testimony, I am submitting this written statement and accompanying 12-page personal report for the record. Due to work obligations, I am unable to attend in person. Still, I could not let this moment pass. It is especially significant as it falls just one day after the 5-year commemoration of my mother's passing on August 19th, 2020. I speak today not only as a trustee managing the legacy of my mother's estate, but as a frontline worker at the California DMV, an agency people love to joke about. But here's the truth. We help millions of Californians every year secure what they need to move forward in life, the ability to drive, to work, to establish their identity, to access benefits, and to have a legal presence in this state. We serve people across language barriers, ethnicities, disabilities, and life stages. We don't hide behind layers of bureaucracy. We show up face to face every day, and that's what public service is supposed to look like. And all I ever asked was for the Los Angeles County to show up for me and my family in the same way. Instead, I spent 1,538 days, more than 4 years, fighting to recover a refund of $5,253.50. This was a property tax payment assessed in error, which I paid under protest just to close escrow. The parent-child exclusion was approved, the assessment was reversed, and the refund was acknowledged, yet the check was not issued until just a few days ago in mid-August of 2025. During that time, I faced public servants and elected officials who passed the buck, shifted the blame, and pointed fingers, but never took accountability. The Los Angeles County Assessor's Office, the Treasurer, Tax Collector, and the Auditor Controller, Stewart Title, and even several elected representatives' offices passed the issue around like a hot potato. No one took ownership. No one followed through. And most devastatingly of all, no one ever tried to fix the problem. So I reached out to the office of the Los Angeles County Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath, and received the only an autoresponder, but no follow-up from an actual human being. It wasn't until I mentioned I would testify publicly at that point of contact was assigned to someone, and someone was sent to make a few phone calls. That response came far too late to be meaningful, and it shouldn't take the threat of public testimony to trigger basic constituent service. I also contacted State Controller Malia Cohen's office through her website's portal, seeking help for what had clearly become a complete breakdown of financial accountability at the local level. As a fellow state employee, it was especially disheartening not to receive a response, especially when her name and seal and the seal of her office are on my paychecks. I say that with genuine respect and with the hope that hearing my story today helps close the gap between taxpayers and the institutions meant to serve them. It started with a technical mistake, an incorrect property tax assessment that should have been quickly resolved. The parent-child exclusion was approved, the assessment was reversed, the county acknowledged a refund was due. But instead of being corrected promptly, my effort to recover that refund became a years-long ordeal. What began as a clerical error ultimately became a systematic failure that caused real harm. The estate incurred thousands in legal fees because I was dragged into litigation by beneficiaries who wrongly believed that I had mismanaged the estate. That false narrative was born in part from the county's inaction, and defending myself took a deep emotional toll. But I couldn't give up, because it wasn't just about the money. It was about honoring my mother's final wishes and fulfilling my duty as trustee with integrity. While my written report meticulously documents every failure point of this system, My journey has moved me beyond focusing on what went wrong to advocating for what can be done right. It's not about blame, it's about building a better system. The solutions I'm proposing are not abstract. They are clear, practical, and immediately actionable. I respectfully refer to the full report for the detailed analysis and supporting data. But in a nutshell, I am suggesting the board consider a unified refund tracking system so taxpayers aren't forced to chase different departments for answers, and both staff and public can see the real-time status of a refund. A dedicated refund ombudsman, a single point of contact whose job is to prevent cases like mine from falling through the cracks, to ensure families have an advocate when problems arise. Enforce refund timelines, because without clear deadlines, acknowledged refunds can sit for years. Families deserve certainty, not indefinite delay. Cross-departmental data integration. So assessor, tax collector, auditor, and title offices aren't passing taxpayers around like a hot potato. The information should move, not the person. These suggestions are the bare minimum a functioning, modern public system should offer. My quest for refund has been exhausting, but I hope that by telling my story, I can spare others from enduring the same fate. Finally, I want to thank the people who stood with me when others would not. Solon Ronark and the offices of the Assembly member Jesse Gabriel, Amy Hendrickson and Lisa Thompson from the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office, and Lacey Basinger from the State Controller, Local Government Programs and Services Division. Their support was more than helpful. It was healing. They reminded me that public service can still mean something. Thank you for allowing my voice and my mother's legacy to be heard today. That concludes this comment. Ms. Thompson can.
Wonderful.
respond.
Okay, any comments? We start with Member Vasquez.
Well, I'd like to thank, hopefully she's listening, Ms. Barnes for her testimony here, or at least her written comments here. And this is something that's been one of the core issues when we started our work group. I was looking back, I guess it's been over a year now. And we're gonna look at this again coming up in our hearing on September 17th. And this ombudsman, I think it might be a real good suggestion to look at and to explore and see if that's a possibility, throughout the counties as I look at this. The power, I guess, as I'm listening to her frustration, trying to get this reimbursement piece, and I know the Ryan Group and several other folks, when we started this whole work group, I couldn't believe how backed up they were. But then, my assessor, Jeff Prang, admitted, he says, they were just overwhelmed. And they're looking at ways, especially LA County being so huge, the bureaucracy. So I could see where things could get sometimes delayed or caught up, or in some cases, I think somebody testified earlier, just sits on a desk because they don't have an address or they don't know where to send it to. But we need to figure out a way, and maybe this ombudsman might be, I think could help in moving forward. So I'm looking forward to our hearing coming up on September 17th to begin to address this issue, and hopefully we can come up with a better method to expedite this.
Great. Vice Chair Lieber.
I'll take a bite at this as well. And Ms. Barnes, if you're listening, I very much appreciate you being a DMV worker. I've had the chance to go to the DMV to get some business done recently, and our DMV is currently working at such a high level and has been really revolutionized over time and is putting out exceptional service under enormous pressure of the numbers of people coming through. So thank you for bearing up to that. And I'm going to be thinking about ways to get people who have had to spend so much time at the county level and going to legislative offices and going to county supervisors and et cetera, to make one of their first stops the Taxpayer Rights Advocates Office here at the BOE, because they are the ombudsperson right now currently that can help people to straighten out the issues that they have at the county level. And from my visibility into it, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate does get the attention of the county offices and can help to resolve that dysfunction where everybody's pointing fingers in a circle. So I know that as board members, we can think about how to reach out to each of our counties to get the information out there about the resources that we have here. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair. Member Schaefer?
Thank you, and I hope Ms. Barnes is listening. We have to have a statewide ombudsman that will look after problems with either judiciary or legislative or executive branches. I have seen gross stories like this repeated themselves. I've run into a couple I've had myself, and I've discussed them with Malia Cohen, our comptroller, and she agrees with me wholeheartedly that there's a lot of inefficiencies in how government works. When I got to be 5 years an employee of the state in January of 2024, I was eligible to apply for retirement from my paycheck at some future point, and I immediately applied. And I can testify that I've been almost monthly in touch with various state offices dealing with CalPERS, and it was only after about a year and a half, would you believe? It should have been after about a month and a half. It was just this last month I was able to find out what the terms are as to buyback and who you pay it to and how much it is. And it took me from January 2024 till August, June, July, August of this year to get a simple answer. I can see how the problems that you've had with other branches. I once had a problem I wanted to talk to DMV about, and I wrote them a half a dozen letters. I sent them emails. I tried to call them, and they think any human being trying to reach them is got a question about their driver's license and or their license plate. That wasn't me. I'm a policy person, and I was concerned with how they deal with the handicapped placards. I had seen chiropractors running free advertisements and throwaway newspapers offering to give you a handicap placard if you qualify, and I'm sure it was very easy to qualify. And I insisted DMV tell me, what, do they audit every 10th one of these, or every 5th, or every 100th? And I could never get any response from them. Fortunately, the chiropractor that was putting out all these discounted placards was investigated and put out of business. But we have policy issues we want to raise with state agencies, and they're just not used to getting inquiries from people about a policy issue. And you have a great policy issue here about why it takes forever to get a check issued. And so I'm not happy with, I have another problem with the courts. If I want to file a civil dispute in the court here in Sacramento as a public official, there's a statute that says it's exempt, and they do it without a charge, and they're very efficient about it. If I want to file one in San Diego as a public official, all on a public issue, they charge me retail. They've charged me $225 to file, and 5 different motions I filed at $60 a piece just to ask them about the applicability of the exemption for a public issue case filed by a public official. And they ignore me. And, you know, I've been last appearing before the California Judicial Council to explain it to them. It's just a hot potato that public officials pass from one to the other and you never get an answer. That's why I think the idea of having an ombudsman that anybody with either a judicial, legislative, or executive question could make a written pitch to. I've written to my public legislators, like we all have, our assemblymen and our senators and our congressmen, and by and large, I'm ignored by them too. I don't know what the problem is. When I was a city councilman, I had half of a staff member. City councilmen today in San Diego have 8 or 9 staff members apiece. Yet it's not very quick to get an answer from them. You know, it'll be months or more often than not, no answer at all. So I'm so glad to hear from Ms. Barnes that she's had the royal runaround. And I think the more of us who can talk about it at this level, I can't wait to have more discussion on getting us an ombudsman that will serve all of California. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Member Schaefer. Yeah, I just want to apologize to Ms. Barnes and everything she's been through. It's inexcusable. And I know there's been challenges in LA County, and I appreciate the assessor because he's getting on top of it. That backlog has been reduced by 75%, like we said earlier. But that's what BOE members are for. If a constituent has a problem, we try to encourage them, please give us a call. And I know we're out in our districts, we're telling our constituents that really, I tell them, if you have any problem with government, call our office and whether it's federal, local, or state, we'll figure out the right person you need to talk to. And we're grateful for Ms. Thompson and what she does. And in this particular case, she was on the ball, and we appreciate that. But it should have, the ombudsman, I think, is the answer. Someone local in that county that can represent the constituent. So.
Yeah, our office had worked with her recently. Unfortunately, we didn't get involved. She didn't approach us until much later. She would have been aware of us. So we could have helped earlier. Sure. But, we did coordinate with the assessor's office, and they confirmed that they had processed the parent-child exclusion and transmitted that roll correction to the auditor's office. Actually, it was done fairly quickly after the parent-child exclusion form was filed. Unfortunately, there were delays on the tax collector and on their office on issuing the refund, which wasn't issued until a very much later date. Typically, refunds aren't handled at the tax collector level. They're actually handled at the auditor level. But in this case, due to timing, it was just that the escrow company, because the property was being sold, the escrow company actually paid the taxes, and when it was received by the tax collector, the assessment had already been canceled, so there was no tax bill any longer. So that was on the tax collector's end. But we are sympathetic to what happened to Ms. Barnes and her situation. The manager that I spoke with at the tax collector's office was sorry and acknowledged that follow-up should have been made with the escrow company. We are happy that we are able to assist her and that she was finally, at least the escrow company was issued the refund as the payee, and then that the escrow company had distributed the funds to that trust so she can have closure on her end. So since the comments are public, we will be forwarding this to the contact that I made at the tax collector's office so they can see the effect that it really had. So.
Yes, thank you. It reminds me of a constituent issue I had in my district where I had a constituent in Reading, and she got a fine for 80 violations going across the Bay Bridge.
Wow.
And the camera was reading the license plate incorrectly, and it was mixed up between her and another driver.
Oh, no.
And so we were able to get it resolved, but she had thousands of dollars in fines due, and it was just a glitch in technology, not reading the license plate correctly. So, all right, well, thank you so much. Anything else that we have?
We don't have any more written comments. I just would like to thank my staff for all of their hard work during the year in helping taxpayers, and then all of you board members for forwarding taxpayers to us and letting them know about our availability.
Yeah, thank you so much. Great presentation. We appreciate it. And comments, yes.
Your dad, there's no more testimony at this point. Yeah, my only question is, as I was listening to your reports, especially some of the testimony, And I think the vice chair brought it up on the exemption piece for seniors. And I know in Santa Monica, we do a pretty good job of letting people know, because we have several parcel taxes and property construction taxes on schools, because we have our own school system, our own college district, and of course, our city. And a lot of folks, you know, if they're seniors, they could exempt out. But I don't know if statewide, if there's something we could do, and I don't know if it's in the form of an LTA or something that we can get out to the assessors to let folks know that that's a possibility and available, because not, depending on how they pass these construction bonds, some of them, they write in there that there's an exemption, sometimes they don't. So those, they do. Many folks, like you said, taxpayers are paying it, seniors not knowing that they could opt out.
Yeah, the requirement actually, so I believe it's statutory, it's on the tax collector side, so, but there has to be a phone number listed next to every special assessment charge on the bill. And usually there's an insert in the tax bill that might talk about special exemptions, or sometimes there's actually an asterisk that's put on, you know, the actual bill next to the phone number to indicate that there's an exemption available. So there, you know, there is kind of, I don't really call it outreach on that behalf, but the information is indicated on the tax bill. And so if a taxpayer is supposed to call, they would call that, you know, special district, because the special district would be the one that, you know, adopted that bill or had that. So the tax collector's office wouldn't have that information, nor would the county auditor's office, so. But yeah.
I just think that's,
I almost think that, you know, maybe since your office has done a great job, Lisa, and as I'm listening to some of the praise that we're getting from some of these folks that are testifying, I was wondering if there was some kind of a campaign we could do at our end, just to get the word out every year, to let folks know that they should do it, you know, within their respective counties, all the 58 county assessors notifying their taxpayers. Because, you know, many of these change, you know, from year to year. You know, some of these construction bonds, you know, will sunset after it's completed. But in some cases, like we have a parcel tax in Santa Monica that has no sunset. It's for life. But if you're a senior, you could opt out. But if they don't know about it, they could be paying this thing the rest of their life.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. We do so on our information sheet for property tax assistance programs for seniors. That is one of the components. We identify that there is that availability from the special tax. We will reach out to the Assessors Association, although they are aware of that. We'll just remind them of that maybe at the next update, at the next conference, that information sheet includes that component, so.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
that's wonderful. I just wanted to follow up on that through our executive director. Is that just following up on Mr. Vasquez's question in terms of a letter to assessors? Is that something that we could do?
It seems to me that the assessors wouldn't be the proper audience for it because it's going to be on their tax bill. So it's the treasurers and the collectors, not assessors.
Okay. Is there a way to
I believe Ms. Thompson hit a good point. We could remind the assessors and the CAA about our fact sheet, the information sheet, and we will be seeing them soon. It could be a topic with our annual meeting with the assessors.
Okay, great. And then maybe we could work with Peter as members of the board to
put something out. Because I know, you know,
publicity standpoint, get it out.
As we sit and attend these assessor conferences, you know, some of them have like 3 or 4 different roles, right? And you're right, in some cases, like my assessor he's just the assessor. But in looking, at least when we were up in Tahoe recently, some of these smaller counties, they're wearing 4 different hats. So they probably have more of a hands-on to get that information out. But you're right, at the end of the day, it probably doesn't fall on some of the assessors' responsibility.
It's the auditor controller, state controller's office.
But you're right, we can do it
But
maybe.
we have a very nice fact sheet that Ms. Thompson, Mr. Peter did. And you guys, we will send you another package of them if you like. So when you are out in your communities and your districts, you could let them know. There is some relief.
Is that on our website?
The fact sheet, yes.
Okay,
Informational sheet, yes.
okay,
But we will send the link over to you.
yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good. We could do it through our newsletter too, to our constituents, another avenue. Okay, are we wrapped up?
Yep, that concludes our taxpayer bill of rights hearing. Thank you so
Wonderful,
much.
great, thank you very much. Ms. Thompson, I'm curious, do we have to go to AT&T moderator, or are we done? Okay, very good, so we should take that 10-minute break, or we? Oh my gosh, okay. All right, yeah, it's a little later than I thought, sorry. Okay, yeah, so it's 12:12, so we'll take a 1-hour recess and return at 1:12. Thank you. All right, we're back from our break. It's now 1:22 p.m. The following item on the agenda, item number 2, let's see, is our informational hearing on property tax welfare exemption and affordable housing financing and streamlining options. Member Vasquez will present this hearing, and I pass the gavel to you.
Thank you, Chair Gaines. Let me open up with some opening remarks, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. First of all, thank you and welcome everyone to this informational hearing on the property tax welfare exemption and affordable housing financing and streamlining options. Today, we will consider options for how the property tax welfare exemption can contribute to California's new efforts to streamline the affordable housing financing approval process and increase affordability. In 2025-26 state budget includes funding for the Governor's Reorganization Plan, GRP, a proposed reorganization of the many housing programs administered by the executive branch into a new California Housing Homeless Agency, CHHA, to create a faster, more efficient, affordable housing approval process. The GRP also proposes creating a new Housing Development and Finance Committee within the CHHA to oversee and consolidate the application and award process for affordable housing funding programs. At the meeting on May 28th of 25, we briefly discussed a publication by the UC Berkeley Turner Center for Housing and highlighting the role that property tax exemptions, including the property tax welfare exemption, can play in decreasing costs and increasing the number of affordable housing developments. Our speakers' input today will assist us as a board in determining how the Board of Equalization and its direct role in co-administering the welfare exemption and its oversight role over county assessors can contribute to the improvement and streamlining of California's affordable housing financing process. Now I would like to just turn it over to my colleagues to see if there's any opening remarks before we begin this hearing. And I'll start with our chair, Member Gaines.
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Proceed, yeah.
My vice chair, go ahead.
Well, I'd just like to thank you, Member Vasquez, for bringing this forward. We had a very valuable hearing down in Santa Monica last year, and there are still some issues that were just barely raised there that I think really merit looking at. And I think one that's of a special interest to me is the flow of funding for affordable housing, and how do the offices of the state treasurer and state controller work together to direct money to our affordable housing programs. And that was called out at the hearing in Southern California. So as we continue in this process, and I hope that we will beyond today, I'd really like to look at the mechanical flow of money and what is slowing that process and causing some hurdles. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions, let me turn to our staff, because I think we have some people queued in online. I noticed there's some people in person here. Do you need to run through this first part, Mary, before we go into the, Mr. Ketty, before we get into the first speaker?
No, we don't. Excuse me, if you want, I mean, you've done our introductory remarks already, so we're good. We could go straight into item B, then to the speakers, yeah. If you'd like to, we could see if there's someone on the line who would like to make a public comment. But we have the speaker ready and queued up. Mm-hmm. There she is.
I'm sorry.
Our speaker
Oh,
is
there
ready
she is,
here.
okay.
Mhm.
let me introduce, we have, this is Sarah, I'm assuming this is Karolinski?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Director of Research and Policy at the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at the University of California of Berkeley, is our first speaker, and she's on the line. Our first speaker, and she is also one of the authors of an article which I raised for discussion back in May, and she has contributed to the strong body of research from the center. Ms. Karolinski, please go ahead with your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I'm wondering if you all can see my slides.
Hold on
Or if they
one
can
second, we're queuing them up.
I think we're working
Okay,
that out.
just let me know when they're up. Okay. Can you see them now?
Yes.
Great, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for having me here today. It's a real pleasure to be able to address you. As you mentioned, I'm Sarah Karlinski. I'm with the Turner Center for Housing Innovation. And today I'm going to be talking to you about the welfare exemption and affordable housing. Next slide, please. Previous slide. Do you see the gray slide? No? Okay. Well, then I'll just continue. Yeah, there you go. Wonderful. So I just wanted to share a little bit about the Turner Center. We are, as you mentioned, part of UC Berkeley. Our mission is to formulate bold strategies to house families from all walks of life in vibrant, sustainable, and affordable homes and communities. And I'd just like to start my remarks by giving a shout out to our co-author, Rachel Ozer-Bierson, who was a graduate student researcher with us at the Turner Center, and now she's with a group called Community Planning Collaborative. She really put a ton of work into this report and is highly responsible for the success of the report. Next slide, please. So there are two main ways that the welfare exemption supports affordable housing. One is through low-income housing tax credit properties, and the other are through non-LIHTC properties. Next slide, please. I'm going to be talking to you about the latter. I know that your next speaker, Justin Yada, with the California Housing Partnership, has a great deal of experience with low-income housing tax credit properties, and he's going to really be speaking to you about this piece. But I'm going to be drawing from our recent report on property tax exemptions to facilitate affordable housing, lessons from California. Next slide, please. So I know that this comes as no surprise to this body, the role of how the welfare exemption is conferred, the role of the Board of Equalization relative to the county assessor's offices. But I just want to remind you of a few things. So first, the county assessor grants exemptions for qualified occupied units, provided that the households living in those units earn 80% of the area median income in those counties or below. The exemption itself is based on the percentage of units occupied or made available to households at 80% of AMI or below. The owners must verify the income of the existing tenants and adjust the rents to conform to allowable affordable rents for the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee. To verify the incomes, the owners need to collect signed statements from tenants and provide information to assessors regarding the number of people in each household and the maximum income for that household. And in our interviews, we found that the process of securing the exemption can be quite lengthy, and I'll be getting to that later in my presentation, but it can take up to a year and a half. And additionally, the owners must recertify annually. Next slide, please. So I'm going to be talking a bit about how the welfare exemption is being used to create more affordable housing in California, again, specifically focusing on the non-LIHTC applications of the exemption. So I'm going to be talking to you about 3 different programs that have been developed across the state, one by the California Municipal Finance Agency, the second by the Bay Area Housing Finance Agency, and the third by the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles. One thing I want to point out is that the majority of these projects are acquisition, although there have been some new construction deals as well. Next slide. So the first program I'd like to describe is one that's run by the California Municipal Finance Agency. So in this program, CMFA provides a $10,000 grant to properties and a 30-year deed restriction. As of August of 2024, this program has supported 17 projects, 7 of which were new construction and totaling 1,800 units. CMFA, like the others that we're going to be talking about, has wrestled with the question of how can we ensure that the program is conferring or creating public value to make up for the financial value that's being conferred through the tax exemption. So they ask that developers demonstrate that they would not be otherwise able to operate the property without the exemption. They heavily vet the developer and the property manager. And lastly, they require that the property cannot be transferred within the first 5 years of the ownership, and that CMFA must approve any subsequent transfer during the 30-year regulatory agreement. Next slide, please. The next program is run by the Bay Area Housing Finance Agency. This program provides a $5,000 grant and a 55-year deed restriction. As of May 2025, the program has supported nearly 800 units. They, as I mentioned, like CMFA and the following program, again, are thinking about how can we ensure that public value is being created. So with that, they require that rents must be at least 10% below market, and that rent increases are limited to the lesser of any local rent stabilization ordinance or annual increases in AMI or 4%. And lastly, they have a provision that if properties have a high debt service coverage ratio, meaning that the property is cash flowing much more than the debt that is on the property, that the property need to reduce rents for tenants. The third program, next slide, please, that I'm going to be talking about is one that's run by the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles. This program provides a subordinate loan and a regulatory agreement. As of May 2025, the program has supported 950 units. They have new 2 construction projects in the pipeline, and in total, the program comprises 1,150 units. HACLA also is a nonprofit that can serve as the managing general partner on deals, and they vet their partners very closely and negotiate for purchase options or right of refusal so that they don't end up losing the property affordability. Next slide, please. I also thought it would be important to point out that there are other states that have property tax exemption programs, and there are varying lessons that we can learn from each of these programs. So first, there is in Washington State a multifamily property tax exemption program in which nonprofits are provided an ad valorem tax abatement on newly constructed housing meeting certain income thresholds. And the exemption period for this program varies between 8 and 20 years, depending on the type of project. And the program itself has been very successful. It's helped to create nearly 35,000 units between 2007 and 2019. The second program is a very well-known one run out of New York City called the 421A program, which was in place from 1971 to 2022. And this program provided property tax exemptions to projects of different affordability tiers, with the affordability going up to as high as 130% of AMI, and with the exemption applying to only the value of new construction, and then it would phase out over time. The program ended in 2022. There were a lot of questions about basically was the public getting the public benefit that it needed from this particular program. However, the program did generate a lot of new housing, roughly 17,000 units. After 421A phased out, New York State created a parallel program called 485X. And this program had tighter parameters, both around deeper affordability requirements and also labor standards, but functioned in a similar way to 421A. Lastly, I want to talk about in Oregon, there was a multi-unit property tax exemption program. This is a state-enabled housing incentive program that allows cities to offer tax exemption programs that meet certain parameters. It's designed to encourage the development of residential properties in city centers and transit corridors. And it provides a property tax exemption on the value of residential construction for new multifamily properties that meet certain affordability or density requirements. Next slide. Now I'm going to talk a bit about the challenges with using the welfare exemption. I'm sure you've heard many of these before. I'd just like to mention that we conducted interviews both with individuals who manage the California programs that I described earlier, as well as users of these programs, developers that use the programs. And these are some of the challenges that were mentioned in these interviews. Firstly, it can be difficult to determine tenant incomes and also takes significant time to collect the required information. Tenants are not obligated to provide this information, and it can be very challenging to have them provide the information that's necessary in order for the developer or owner to qualify for the exemption. Secondly, the welfare exemption on these projects can be removed if the existing tenant's income increases beyond 100% of AMI. So you can imagine a situation where a tenant at one point qualified as earning less than 80% of the median income, but as time goes on, their rents increase, and if they their incomes increase, and if they increase beyond 100% AMI, then the property no longer receives the exemption for that unit. Third, government financing can come with additional labor requirements or other types of requirements that offset the welfare exemption benefits. Next slide, please. And fifth and lastly, there are certain components of the exemption that make it difficult to use. And one of the key ones is just that the process is very long and costly. Many interviewees cited the time that it took to secure the exemption being as long as 1.5 to 2 years. Secondly, as we know, private developers who want to access the exemption must form nonprofit arms of their organization or create a limited partnership with a nonprofit organization, which can also be very time consuming. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about our recommendations that we made in the report. The first one has to do with considering procedural changes to the process, the welfare exemption application process, and to make it more efficient. So firstly, we recommended that there should be clearer guidance provided to both applicants and county assessors to increase process efficiency and ensure a more uniform experience. Our interviewees talked about how the experience can vary quite widely from county to county, and a more uniform experience would be preferable. Secondly, we recommended that the Board of Equalization and counties should consider having a designated welfare exemption liaison. Sometimes the process can be very opaque, and just having one person that people know that they could call to answer questions could be very, very helpful. Additionally, we recommended a shot clock that county assessors' offices would need to be required to meet in processing exemption applications so that there could be some certainty around the time that it would take to secure the exemption. Next slide, please. As I mentioned when I was describing the various California programs, we think that it's important to develop guardrails to ensure that the welfare exemption is utilized to achieve public benefit goals. And we make three recommendations here. So first, we recommend that regulated rents are discounted below market by at least 10%. Second, that for rent burdened tenants, their rents be reduced. And third, that regulatory agreements should ensure that developers honor existing rent stabilization ordinances. This last one is important because you don't want a situation where a property with existing tenants that have rent stabilized rents is purchased, and then while the new rents might be deed restricted. They might be much higher than the existing rents. And so those tenants end up being displaced. Next slide, please. Our third recommendation is to expand the use of the welfare exemption to support multifamily infill projects with affordability requirements. So in essence, what we're recommending here is that the welfare exemption be used as a tool to help drive state housing policy that has already been adopted. So we know we want more affordable units. We know we want them in infill locations. Therefore, we recommend that the welfare exemption be expanded to all new construction infill development eligible for streamlining under SB 423 and state density bonus laws for units meeting the welfare exemption affordability requirement. And similar to New York City's 421A program, there could be a presumption of qualification for the exemption if the project is eligible for streamlining. So in other words, if a project is eligible under 423, that the affordable units in that project would automatically qualify for an exemption. Next slide, please. 4, we recommend that regional government's role in providing the nominal government financing and regulatory agreement be expanded. BAFA and HACLA have these great programs. San Diego is in the process of creating a regional entity, and it would be wonderful if they could have a program. La Casa, which is the regional finance agency for the broader LA area, if that entity had a program, that would be wonderful. And CalHFA, which is a state finance agency, could also run a similar program at the state level. Next slide, please. Finally, we recommend some degree of flexibility on income level served and to have the process for verifying incomes be streamlined. So as you likely know, after recent changes in state law, residents of low-income housing tax credit properties can maintain their welfare exemption even if their income grows to 140% of the median income. And so therefore, if a tenant qualifies at a lower income, even if their incomes grow to 140% of the median income, they can still retain their property tax exemption for that unit. And we're recommending that basically this provision be expanded to non-LIHTC projects as well. Secondly, we think it would be important to explore self-certification for tenants. This has been used for CDBG funding in the past, which is Community Development Block Grant funding, or even if a tenant qualifies under another program like CalFresh or another entitlement program, that should suffice to serve as their income qualification. Next slide, please. And so with that, I conclude my remarks and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that great presentation. I have several questions. I'm going to open up with one and then turn to my colleagues. And if there's no other questions, I'll continue. First and foremost, I think what you broke down here, especially in the slides, is very helpful. But as I was looking at the welfare exemption, is there currently limited by statute? There have been some proposed bills recent years to expand the eligibility for the welfare exemption. Can you speak to how the welfare exemption could be expanded in the most effective way?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been quite a lot of conversation about expanding to potentially serve what are called middle income households at maybe between 80% of the median income and 120% of the median income, and doing so in various locations. So I believe that Senator Wiener put forward a bill at one point to expand the income served within like San Francisco's downtown, for example. So I could see a situation where that could be immensely beneficial if that exemption were targeted and thought through about like where that would be provided. I think that on the flip side, if you wanted to consider the flip side, is that as of right now, there are some places throughout the state, some but not all, where market rate rents are kind of at the same level as 100% of AMI or even a little bit below. And so if you were going to expand that exemption, you would just want to make sure that the rents that were being offered for properties that were utilizing the exemption would be, discounted to market at a certain degree. And I think this has come up. I believe that this body has been wrestling a bit with the joint powers authority entities that have created some degree of middle income housing. But the question about guardrails for those entities has not yet been resolved by the legislature. And I think those, if the welfare exemption were to be expanded, those questions and conversations about guardrails would extend to that conversation as well.
Thank you. Real quick, one more, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. With the state's evolving housing policy landscape, including the governor's reorganization and recent housing legislation, where do you believe the BOE can contribute to streamlining the housing development process more effectively?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I know this was brought up earlier, I believe, by the vice chair as well. So there's a lot of conversation going on right now at the state level, and perhaps Justin from California Housing Partnership might have something to share on this as well. But around creating what is called a one-stop shop for affordable housing. So I am someone who used to develop affordable housing. I work for a nonprofit that did so. And when I was in that job, I applied for, many different sources of financing to serve, a property. So basically a project might have, 4 or 5, 6 different layers of financing in order to pencil. And that creates certain inefficiencies. And I think that's part of what the next phase of the reorg is going to try to address. For all of those projects, the affordable housing projects, the welfare exemption is absolutely an essential part of the financing stack. And so anything that the BOE can do to make the process of securing the exemption and providing the exemption easier and faster would be very much appreciated. So all the recommendations that I made, particularly in my recommendation number 1, I think would be just enormously useful, right? The shot clock piece, the liaison, making the process more transparent and faster. That way, projects can rely on the welfare exemption and they don't have to get in a situation. We heard this from a number of interviewees where they're like, hey, I apply for this thing. I'm in my financing process. I start getting these very, very large tax bills, and then I get a note saying, hey, don't worry about that. But it's just a very anxious making process. And so to the extent that the property tax exemption can be provided earlier, or there's more surety around the process, I think that would be enormously helpful as well.
Thank you. Let me start with my vice chair, Ms. Lieber.
Thank you. I had a question about recommendation 3. And the first point about expanding the welfare exemption to all new construction that is eligible for streamlining us under SB 423. And would there be any concerns or issues that would grow out of that? I know that we hear concerns from our counties about missing middle housing and how it can take property off of the tax rolls and have an undue impact on special districts and school districts and et cetera. Would there be anything that would come out of applying this type of streamlining?
Yeah, so I think that that is the core policy trade-off, right? That we're all trying to address, where the property tax exemption can be utilized to support new housing, affordable housing for low-income households, but that does take revenue off the tax roll, and so the Constitution of California comes down on the side of, hey, this is an important public value to provide affordable housing to low-income residents of our state. And so the exemption exists for that purpose. I would say, I think that the things that I really like about the idea of basically pairing it with SB 423 are that SB 423 is quite clear, both about what the income requirements are in order to access the streamlining, and also from like a spatial, like land use planning perspective. I think the law does a really nice job of talking about how these are projects that we want to see. Like, we want to see housing in our infill communities. We want housing that conforms with our regional housing needs allocation process. I think that if we as a state are saying this is our land use vision, we want housing in these locations, that using the welfare exemption as a driver of that policy is all to the good. But to your first point, yes, there is a trade-off about that's property tax foregone. So that's the big trade-off.
Okay, thank you.
We got several. Let me go with our chair, Member Gaines, and we'll go with the other two members.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Really appreciate it. And I was wondering if maybe you could talk a little bit more about the Oregon multi-unit property tax exemption. You're saying learning from other states. So what is unique to that program versus what we have here in California?
Yeah, so I'm going to start off by saying I'm not an expert in that particular program, and I can find you more information and I can send it to you if you were interested. But one of the things, there are a couple of things that I think are pretty interesting about what I know about that program. So first, it's a state-enabled housing incentive program, but individual cities within Oregon opt in to participate. I don't believe that they need to be nonprofit entities. I think they just need to basically conform to the parameters of the program itself.
Okay.
And the program, as I understand it, is really designed to encourage development of residential properties in city centers and along transit corridors. So it has a kind of a spatial component to it, if you will, that I think is definitely distinct from our California program. And then I know that, so there have been several cities that have opted into it, one of which is Bend, Oregon. But that is about the limit of my knowledge at this moment. And so I'm happy to find out more and send it to you if you're interested.
If you could, that'd be interesting. I'd appreciate
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Sure.
And then second was on the BOE and counties should consider having a designated welfare exemption liaison. Could you just expand on that? And then also you talked about a shot clock. So I think that's a timeline that we need to adhere to make sure they're getting processed in a timely manner.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. So, in terms of a liaison, it's basically like you could imagine I am affordable housing developer, and I'm seeking to secure the welfare exemption for a particular project. If I can go to the Board of Equalization website, and I know that I can call, let's make up a person, Sue or Fred or whomever, and that they are the liaison, and I have a question about either where my exemption is in the process, or any other type of question I might have. If I know that there's a particular person that I could then call and talk to, like that would be ideal. So it's like a person who's clearly, or a group of people who are clearly in charge of being the liaison to the public for the exemption. And the shot clock, likewise, as you described it 100% accurately, it's the idea that basically from the moment that an application is put in and deemed complete, like that there would be a certain period of time by which both the Board of Equalization and or the individual county assessors would have to have processed the exemption by, so that people could have more certainty about the process. So those are the two elements of the recommendation.
Thank you. Now, I've heard complaints in terms of this exemption process and taking too long. And do you know are you familiar with those challenges, or do you have examples of, because we're always looking to try to improve our services, and what can we do to get people through the process? I know that we've done some reform of applications that I think has been helpful. But when I hear that, things aren't getting through in a timely manner, it concerns me.
Yeah. So, and when we do interviews, we can unfortunately not share like who it is that we interviewed because of our internal university processes and protecting kind of the
that's okay.
anonymity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
all right.
So, I would say, this is something we heard again and again and again in our interviews. And as I mentioned in my presentation, we heard, it could take a year and a half, it could take you 2 years. If you want to know more about this, I would recommend you could reach out to the various programs that I described, CMFA or BAFA or HACLA. I'm sure that they could reach out to some of the folks that they have engaged with for this program. And then likewise, for the low-income housing tax credit projects, there are many developers who I'm sure would be happy to speak with you. There's a group called the California Housing Consortium that is a sort of a big tent group that you could talk to. Sure, I don't know if Justin, when he presents, if he'll share some specific examples. You might get one here today. But then there are also regional entities that of affordable housing developers, like nonprofit Housing Association of Northern California. There's a Southern California group as well, and one in San Diego. So lots of groups that I'm sure if you wanted to collect examples, they could query their members, and I'm sure you would get a lot of good information.
That's great. It's something that I'd like to follow up with you, Member Vasquez, in terms of, and meet with the executive director and see what we can do and what kind of advice could be provided to help streamline that. I have one final question, and that is the welfare exemption, even if their income grows to 140% of AMI. So that seems counterintuitive, but are you trying to retain tenants within these buildings so that they're not sold off?
We're trying, I think it's just you don't want to unduly penalize an owner if a resident of a property or of a particular unit ends up having their income grow. Like you don't you want them to remain within their community. And then you also don't want to penalize the owner of the property. And then I guess I should just mention, like, this is already the law for the low income housing tax credit properties. So this is already the law for those projects. And so the recommendation that we're making is for the non-LIHTC projects that are accessing the welfare exemption, that they basically be brought into kind of the same standard that the LIHTC projects already enjoy.
Okay, and then I guess that's working on the assumption that when that tenant leaves, there would be another slot available for low income.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So it
okay.
wouldn't be, you wouldn't have somebody at 140% AMI initially. That wouldn't be for the initial qualification. It would just be if the
Right.
person's income grows over time.
Yeah, and you think that rollover would occur where, you'd have an opportunity for someone low income to take that location at some point?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's interesting because we at the Turner Center, we're doing a study for the state on something called social housing, which is basically, it's similar to affordable housing, but it's many European countries have it and tends to be more mixed income. And the units are permanently affordable. And in those, it's those projects, many of them, the tenants, they qualify basically once they enter the property and then they're never checked again. And it creates a really different dynamic, I think, in the property. I'm not saying that I'm recommending that here, but what it does is it kind of creates a community where people can just stay over time, even as their incomes fluctuate.
Yeah, so that concerns me, right? That you would have someone at 140 and they never move out when you were trying to satisfy a need for someone who's lower income. So is there verification that when they exceed the 140, that they would know that, the landlord would know that, and necessary steps would be taken for that person to find someplace else to live?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is what we're recommending, right? And I think it would just work the exact same way as it does right now. But if, because it's an annual certification process here in California. And so if you exceed the 140 for your household, then it would be time for you to say farewell.
Yes, okay, great, thank you. Very good.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. Yeah.
Member Schaefer, go ahead.
Thank you. This is one of the most interesting and complex and exhaustive studies that I've seen on the issue, and given that the millions that are being spent on it, I think this is a good value for the taxpayers and for the public. My chief of staff, Cody Pedersen, who's here today, was founding chair of the San Diego Regional Finance Authority in San Diego, and is well aware of the good efforts here. I happen to be a graduate of UC Berkeley in 1960 and was an officer of the university, so I have special interest in the Turner Center coming from there. I have some common sense questions. I'd never heard of shot clock before, except as a term at NBA and basketball games, and the duration there is 24 seconds. I assume we give the assessors like 24 hours, to respond.
Oh, yeah. Well, more than that. Yeah. Yes.
And I'm also concerned about artificial barriers that tenants face. Tenants I know have often been turned away because they've had a bankruptcy in their life, or they've had a criminal action, or this or that. I have a couple of constituents, the Menendez brothers, that I expect to be out rather soon, and will be looking for housing, and they have a horrendous criminal background, but I would assume that that's not going to bar them from being treated with the dignity of a tenant if all else with them is right. Could you tell me something about the burdens? What if somebody has a criminal history, but they seem to be upright and good today? The Menendez brothers' criminal history is 35 years ago. And there's people that have had a bankruptcy, 5 or 10 years ago that's based on, say, Chapter 11 instead of Chapter 7. It's just an adjustment of their assets. They're not leaving any creditor unpaid, yet there are lots of landlords who would not rent to them at any price. Is there some audit or supervision over how tenants are treated?
So I'm a little out of my depth here. I'm maybe Justin might have some thoughts for you on that. I don't, you know what? I don't believe that I don't believe that the Constitution says anything about the status of a tenant vis-a-vis their criminal background. So I just don't. I'm sorry, I just don't know the answer to that particular question.
I'm very impressed that you talk about learning from other states. California thinks we know it all, but I think it's important that we see what other major states are doing. And I'm very glad to see that as part of your report. And I would like to sort of make it known that I expect anybody coming before us have some knowledge of how it's being done in other jurisdictions. And maybe we can learn from their successes or their failures. And you're one of the few people that has actually made a reference to that. Also, I wonder how long these special terms are going to last. I'm leery of a landlord that gets into a good deal at reduced rents, and then when nobody's looking, or when the 30 years is up or whatever, they resort to market value rents, which I guess they're able to do after the 30 or the 55-year deed restriction's up. But what if 5 years from now, they just get tired of cheap rents and they start renting them at market value? Does somebody audit what's going on? I have an experience where I was a city councilman and I approved the building of an apartment house with two garages for every two-bedroom apartment. And then I find out that today, 30 years later, they're renting out the parking to the hospital down the street, to all the medical people. They can get $100 a month, you know, which is a lot better for them than to give it away to the tenants. And they just say to the tenants, I'm sorry, we only have one space for you. We should have two, but we don't. That's really misconduct. And is there somebody that audits as the years go by that somebody is in compliance here?
Yeah. So in the 3 California programs that I highlighted in my presentation, each of those is going to have a lengthy deed restriction, and a deed restriction means that it's a requirement that runs against the land, and presumably each of these programs would also be responsible for monitoring compliance with their deed restrictions. So in the example of the California Municipal Finance Agency, it's a 30-year deed restriction. In the instance of the Bay Area Housing Finance Agency, it's a 55-year deed restriction. So these deed restrictions protect against kind of those near-term transfers that you talked about.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you for your presentation, and I wish you the very best, and I'll help you all I can.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it.
Deputy Controller, I believe you have a couple of questions.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Member Vasquez. I want to thank you as well for your presentation and all the work that Turner is doing throughout the state of California and throughout the country. So we go back to this balance about the welfare exemption and then not knocking it off the assessed rolls. Throughout the past couple of years, the Board of Equalization has been working, pinpointing this problem more and more. We've heard several presentations, bills, I believe it was SB4, where you can build housing on a religious property. And then also, we heard a presentation from the Superintendent of Public Instruction's office on building housing on school property that's already exempt. So how do we incentivize more of these developments on what is already welfare exempt land? Is it through more legislation?
Yeah.
Is it through other avenues?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think The tools that are available at the state level certainly include legislation that increases sort of the zoned capacity of some of these lands. So zone capacity on religious or school-owned lands, certainly. And, you could look at, other types of exempted land. So I think there's a kind of a zoning piece to it. There's also process improvements. So, for example, making it faster for projects that are proposed on these kinds of lands to be able to move through the process through what's called like a ministerial review, which is different than a discretionary process where a project would need to go before, like, let's say, a planning commission in order to get approved. The projects are both zoned for appropriate density and then ministerially approved. That will help them move more quickly. The other thing that can be done is just thinking about, are there financing tools that the state might be able to offer beyond the welfare exemption? The welfare exemption, of course, is very important, but there are other types of financing tools that could help make it possible to build more housing on these properties. I would say those are the things that could be done to help encourage low-income housing being constructed in these locations.
I appreciate your response. My very last question, you have program 3 is the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles. We have housing authorities in the Bay Area, in Oakland and San Francisco. Do you see a benefit in having housing authority take over some of these programs and projects as it kind of funnels through the government oversight?
I would say that there are a number of really wonderful high capacity housing authorities across the state. I mean, I think HACLA is kind of particularly effective in terms of just they're just a large and also incredibly creative housing authority. And so the fact that they've created this program is very, very impressive. So I could see other housing authorities across the state saying, hey, this is pretty interesting, looking at the program that HACLA has developed and trying to create a similar program or, a related program. I think one thing that is novel about the HACLA program is that they have their own nonprofit entity that can serve as the managing general partner in these projects. So can basically partner with a for-profit entity, like form a limited liability entity and access the exemption, but HACLA can play a really vital role in kind of overseeing the regulatory compliance and some of these other types of things. So I think they're very sophisticated, and I think that other housing authorities could really learn from them.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one last question, and you kind of touched on it. And your recommendation of the welfare exemption liaison sounds very interesting. Can you speak more as to what that could look like? Would it be someone at the BOE who would interfacing between the counties and developers, or between the counties and the state housing finance agencies?
Oh, I think it would be between the counties and the developers. The other one sounds interesting, but I think for the feedback that we received was really about both the liaison, both interfacing with developers directly, for the first part of the process of accessing the welfare exemption. And then also, if there were designated liaisons at each county, I think that would be wonderful. And the BOE could kind of be working with those counties to harmonize the process so that it could be similar across different counties, and also kind of finding ways potentially of shortening or streamlining that process.
Thank you, and thank you, members, for your questions. Really appreciate your time and your expertise and your research you've done on this, and we'll definitely be in touch.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for your attention. It was really nice to speak with all of you.
Thank you. With that, members, we'll move on to our second speaker, who I believe is here in the audience, and it's Justin, is it Yato? Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Because double L in Spanish is like yeah, right? Yeah. That's what I thought, okay. You're the Associate Director now, I understand, of Housing Finance for Cal Housing Partnership, who's here, obviously here in person today. Please go ahead with your presentation, and then we'll have some questions for you.
Thank you all for having me here today. Is this on? Can you hear me now? Am I too close? All right, good afternoon, members of the board, chair. Appreciate you all having me here today. As mentioned, my name is Justin Yata. I'm with the California Housing Partnership. We're a group that was formed by the legislature in the 80s to support nonprofits and public partners in the creation and preservation of affordable housing, specifically for low-income Californians. But prior to my joining the partnership, I worked for nonprofit housing developers for 20 plus years. Worked for a developer in the Central Valley and also in Southern California. So I've had the opportunity to experience this process firsthand in a handful of counties throughout the Central Valley and also in Southern California, both on the front end as the developer filing the initial filing, but also the annual renewals that I'll do through the asset management process. Excuse me. All right, so Sarah took a lot of questions. I don't want to repeat too much of what she said, but we're generally aligned, the partnership and the Turner Center. So, we were asked here to kind of help think up some ideas of how we could improve the process or streamline what the BOE's involvement is in affordable housing. So I'll just kind of lay out the current situation as we see it. The BOE is the group that certifies the organization, but it's the assessors who certify the properties. And I think that's where we run into a lot of hurdles or obstacles or pain points because the 58 assessors kind of get to do it their own way. And they have different capacities and different available resources. And it can come down to even just the office culture of how these things are handled. Certain counties like San Diego, LA, Alameda, they just have a sheer volume of applications that are coming in, not just from new projects, but also from the renewals. That volume alone can create hurdles and slowdowns, and paperwork gets lost, people transition, staff changes. It's an obstacle. And I think that's kind of what Sarah was mentioning with the liaison, is it would be helpful if developers had someone that they could reach out to that they know is going to pick up the phone, that they know is going to respond to emails or questions or concerns, so that we can kind of see, where is my application, what's going on with the process here.
Can I interrupt just for
Yeah, sorry.
clarification? When you mentioned liaison, are you talking about at the BOE or at the county level?
I think it's at the county level, as Sarah mentioned. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We also had AB 84 last year, which kind of expanded what could be done, going up to 100% AMI, putting the exemption through fiscal year 28, 29. We think those are good first steps, but it would be great if it did better align with the tax credit 140% AMI, and it would be nice if the program was permanent so that developers aren't left wondering, what is gonna happen? Like when we're putting together our operating budgets for the out years, not just in the first year, but as we get to year 5, year 10, year 15, it becomes very difficult to predict how much revenue we're gonna generate from the rents. And if we have this fluctuating tax bill, it just makes the developer anxious that I'm not gonna be able to, one, pay all the utilities, so now I'm dipping into my own pocket to cover costs, but two, our tax credit investors are gonna be concerned and they wanna know, is this developer gonna be able to cover those potential shortfalls from the operating budget? So just having that kind of certainty that this is gonna be consistent. We're gonna have, if a unit was exempt when the property was developed or the nonprofit owner took over, it should stay exempt through the life of the ownership of that nonprofit. County level implementation, we kind of talked about, it's inconsistent, there's a lot going on, there's different levels of resources. We think there's a lot, that could be done there, but I think it's a collaborative effort. We're not just attacking the assessors. We think there's an education component, that it's people trying to do the right thing, but the way that the rules or the guidance are interpreted sometimes is there's too much ambiguity potentially, and so that interpretation can cause slowdowns. Sorry, just going through my notes. All right, so staffing levels we talked about at the county level. It's also experience, like we said, with staff changes. There's the complexity and the volume of claims. It does vary across counties and deals. You may have a fairly complex project that's got commercial space on the ground floor with multiple funding sources, and people just aren't sure, like, how do we treat these things? Is it 100% tax exempt, or is it prorated on the square footage, or what is it? So just providing clarity of things like that can make things easier for the developers, and also, I think, for the assessors. Internal workflows and technology. And also providing education to the developers, because sometimes they're providing applications that are incomplete, or the paperwork isn't exact, or we're not providing the language that the assessor may be looking for in that particular county. So I think standardizing what the education looks like at the BOE level, inviting the assessors and the developers to attend webinars, reading the literature, like that kind of just sets a baseline for everybody who's involved. And so we're not all guessing like, oh, the assessor's interpreting it this way, but I, as the developer, am interpreting it another way. So I think, strengthening and clarifying formal guidance. The county assessors rely heavily on the BOE issuance guidance, so, cleaning that up is gonna be huge. Update the assessor's handbook, section 267. I think the most recent version I could find online was from 2015, so it's been a little while, or maybe it's available, but I just couldn't find it online. Concrete examples, I think as time has gone on, we've seen more and more specific complex deals that it would be helpful to have like an FAQ or some kind of Q&A section where we say, here's a challenging project, and this is what the solution was in that setting. So just pointing to something that people can look at, that they can refer to and reference and say, okay, here's another project similar to mine, this is how it was handled. Define reasonable documentation. Sometimes, counties ask for more things. One county will ask for more things than what another county asks for. So if we can just have a specific list that's kind of guidelined by the BOE that goes out to the developers and the counties, instead of having some counties interpret it to mean something that is causing us to provide paperwork that we're not used to providing, or just isn't available. Clarifying treatment of vacant land. Oftentimes nonprofit developers will buy land, but we have to hold it for several rounds of applications of funding because the funding isn't all immediately available. So what can happen is we're holding it for 2 to 3 years before we get that final layer of funding that allows us to then go out and get the construction loan and the investor and then eventually break ground. So if there was some clarity about whether or not we could go back to when that site control was obtained, and have the stability of knowing that the exemption would go back to that point, to the time of site control. Issue new letters to the assessors. I don't know exactly what the process is there, but as long as we're maintaining a steady stream of those letters, from the BOE to the assessors, and if they're also available to the developers, again, it's just providing that clarity. It's another tool that could be used. Enhance oversight and performance measurement. We think this is an area that if we start collecting, if the BOE starts collecting some data on what is happening at the county level, average processing times, consistency of documentation requirements, clarity of communication with applicants, findings in this section will be published, potentially made available, but I think if we have that data, we can start figuring out what are the metrics that we should be measuring against, and compare the counties against each other and say, look, these guys have got it kind of figured out, let's do more of what they're doing so that we're streamlining the process across the state. Forms and process. Sorry, was that a timer? No. Streamlining forms and processes across the state. I think we touched on that already. Just standardizing the forms. The liaison, Sarah went over that in great detail. And then just kind of reminding everyone, the spirit of Section 214G is that we are here to provide a benefit, a public benefit. That's a charitable need, and we want to make sure that there are the appropriate guardrails in place and that people aren't out there potentially gaming the system, providing rents that are near market rate, and then getting the benefits of having that welfare exemption. We want to make sure that the rents are substantiated by a public entity that they are below market and that the benefit is going to the residents. And with that, I'll pause and take any questions.
No, thank you for your presentation. I had a couple of quick questions. Let me start with one here. I guess to the extent that the BOE can be proactive in engaging with the housing finance agencies, where do you believe is the earliest opportunity for us to get involved with the whole financing application process?
I think when when the tax credit agency and the CIDLAC agency and HCD or the future CHA, when they post their awarded projects every round, every year, I think that's when the BOE should be getting involved. You know, there's a pretty good chance that every project on that list is gonna go forward. Once the developer accepts the award, pays their performance and allocation deposits, like, you know, they have every intent of moving that project forward. So I think at that point, the BOE could work with the counties and shortlist those approved awarded projects and say, look, we know there's gonna be an exemption application coming. Let's not send these guys a bill.
And I had a question, and you kind of touched on it when you get into the, I guess, knowing the future, what the rents are gonna be. Even if you're, I guess, and Sarah kind of touched on it too, that even if somebody gets out of the original goal for the affordable housing because, you know, somebody was promoted or something and now is making a little bit more money, at the end of the day, from your experience, how do we also, on the backside, how do we make sure that we continue to have these units affordable?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting challenge, you know, and it's people move up into that 100 to 140% AMI range for different reasons. Sometimes it is because they've benefited from stability at work and their career and they have additional income, but it could also be that they started with a larger family size. Maybe it's 5 or 6 folks who moved in at the time of application and that put them at one AMI tier level, but then, you know, a grandparent passes away, some kids move on, maybe there's a separation of the couple. And that could put them into a lower number of household occupants, but then moves them up the income tier structure. So it's not by any fault of their own. We wouldn't want to penalize them and ask them to leave their community, their friends, their proximity to work, transportation, all the amenities that are near the property, specifically why the location was chosen to put it there in the first place.
Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation, very concise. I want to like
bigger project. Maybe you have a podium on the first couple of floors that's concrete and that's got to be built, and then you're going up, you know, 7 or 8 stories that might take 24 to 30 months. And it's not just the complexity of the construction, it's also the availability of materials, it's the availability of the labor. You know, there's a lot of construction happening and crews are going where the money's the best. That's just how it is. And then we have problems with transformers, you know, coordinating with the utility companies to make sure you're able to electrify your property. That's causing huge delays for developers. So in a perfect world, I think you could do it in 18 to 20 months on a simple project. But given where we are in the world today, I just think it takes a little bit longer, unfortunately. I know folks are trying to tackle that problem by thinking up other ways of constructions, like using containers, doing modulars. So there are people who are trying to address that timeline problem.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, looks like Member Gaines, go ahead.
So you had mentioned affects opportunities that developers can refer to an example. Is that something you're asking of the BOE, or would that be at a county level?
Well, I think it would be ideal if the BOE could aggregate the information and then spread it back out through each counties, but it's the BOE providing the county, like, here's some examples of tough situations, and maybe it's not a fact sheet, maybe it's a study or just something simple, but yeah, so that it goes out to everyone, because we might develop a complex project from a tax position in Sacramento, but maybe it's applicable down in Riverside or San Diego, you know, so why shouldn't everybody benefit from the lessons that were learned?
I'm just thinking we could maybe put it on our website for the BOE and have a tab or something that people could refer to.
I mean, anything that's online, everybody loves searching that stuff now.
Okay, great. And then oversight at county level, setting metrics, which makes a lot of sense. I think that's something that we could provide in an advisory capacity, but, you know, these are elected officials, right? So I don't know, we can try to shed light on it, but it's going to
Yeah,
take.
I mean, it's just an idea, and I'm
Yeah.
happy to workshop it or,
Yes.
spend some more time thinking through it about how it might work. But I think if we're able to collect that data and aggregate the information, we're just gonna be able to provide better feedback on how we might improve.
Sure, okay. And then other issues that we should be working on at the BOE?
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot on your guys' plate right now, but I think if we were to have one takeaway today, it's to give people certainty around when they're gonna know they have their exemption, so the earlier in the process, the better.
Are we slowing the process up at BOE, or is it happening at the county level?
I don't think so. So in my experience, when I'm applying for the OCCs and the SCCs, that turnaround time has been pretty reasonable, but it's been a few years since I've been on that end of it. I would love to come back at a later time with some development partners who are actively engaged in those kind of activities and provide, specific details.
Okay, yeah, that'd be
at this
helpful.
time.
Wonderful, thank you, Justin.
Sure.
Seeing no other questions, I have one last one here. As we heard, earlier, especially on the welfare exemption and the limited in its applicability, really, moving forward, while we know there's changes in the exemption that would require legislation, is there something that we can do to incentivize it, to create more housing development?
I think, like Sarah said, just making it available to as many developers as possible who fall into some other affordable restricted housing category. As long as the property is going to be deed restricted, you're going to be targeting below market rents. I think opening it up to as many avenues as you're reasonably able to would be the right thing to do.
But thank you. Seeing no other hands, I think we're good.
Okay.
Appreciate your
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
With that, I'm going to go with some closing remarks, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues and see if you have some as well. First of all, I wanted to thank all the speakers and my board members for engaging on this topic. I raised some, with this Tanner Center research on this topic earlier this year, and I believe this hearing is a good way to engage with experts and the stakeholders. As we heard, the welfare exemption is a critical tool in the toolkit for the affordable housing developers. Many times projects cannot obtain full funding, even from private investors, until there is some guarantee of the availability of public funding or the benefits. As the governor's reorganization seeks to establish a one-stop shop for affordable housing financing, I believe that we should highlight the ways that the welfare exemption can contribute to the streamlining of the application process. Not only does the BOE co-administer the welfare exemption by granting the organizational clearance certificates, but we also have oversight authority over the county assessors who administer the other part of this exemption. In the end, I believe that we should continue to pursue ways which the BOE can contribute to this one-stop shop on the affordable housing financing piece. By bringing our expertise and resources to the one-stop shop, we can help to consolidate the financial resources which developers seek out when looking into building more affordable housing. And I hope this is just the beginning for this. And I'm sure in listening to the comments from my colleagues that there's an appetite to look more into this as well. And I see Schaefer with his hand up. Go ahead, Member Schaefer.
Yes, Member Vasquez, I just had a closing remark. Is there a possibility that legislation might enable a partial welfare exemption for middle-income housing, or are we just dealing with low-income housing?
Well, listening to the conversation and the presenters, it sounds like there's some flexibility there. I think at the end of the day, I know the goal at least when I'm talking to folks throughout the state, the affordable piece is a real crucial thing. Like, for example, in my district, especially the west side, if you're looking for housing, I can find you housing today. It's just not affordable. For example, I can get you a beachfront apartment today, but the rents are gonna be like 5-6 grand a month, and that's not affordable. So my pitch has always been to try to, and I think, we heard from some of the folks to try to keep that AMI, and I get it, at some point, you have let's say a young professional that's maybe an intern qualifying at the beginning, but then all of a sudden, he or she gets promoted, now is making some good money. Now they basically are pushing the envelope, but no longer technically are they in that affordable housing income bracket. But it was interesting to hear that, we shouldn't penalize those folks, but at the same time, there's got to be a creative way to keep the affordable units available. Because in many cases, and I know when I go around, especially when you get looking at beachfront properties, it's very, very, very tough to find units that are affordable for families. Most of them are like singles or one bedrooms. If you're trying to find a 2 or 3 bedroom, it's tough, very tough. There's waiting lists.
That's a good response.
It's
Thank you.
huge. Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. I'll be very brief. I really appreciate this conversation. I think this goes to the bread and butter of what the Board of Equalization does. And in my mind, centralizing the information more as we go through an application process, right? And that takes coordination with the assessors as well. And it's almost like if there's a way you can track your application online, you have a number, almost like an Amazon package in a way where you can kind of see the status. It goes back to the liaison too, if the liaison is able to do that for you, but trying to see where it's at. So affordable housing developers not waiting 2-3 years for that, and they can get everything in order and kind of us cutting, even if you cut it down by 6 months, 9 months, that's life-saving time for a family, So the work continues, but whether it's the use of artificial intelligence or working with our technology team, we definitely have to digitalize and use this information to our advantage, especially in the internet era. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Gaines, go ahead.
Great presentation. It's really, really interesting, and I think to the degree that we engage the California Assessors Association on these issues, it's so important because I guess we're really advisory in nature, right? And so they need to embrace these concepts and ideas and see what they can do to implement them. But these are all great ideas. This welfare exemption up to 140% AMI, it's interesting because in a way it's kind of addressing two issues at the same time. It kind of occurred to me that, you have someone low income coming in and then maybe at 140, is that considered more middle income? At 140 of AMI, but then that's providing housing that they may not be able to get anywhere else in their community. So it could simultaneously serve two needs. And I know that the problem has been that developers are selling them out, right? Then you lose all the affordable. So I understand that issue better, and I think I like this idea of the facts where we could have examples that I think we could put on our website. And I think we could speak to our executive director and see if there's a pathway to have a button or something on our website where folks can go and see examples. But well done, thank you.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you. Yes, this has been a very informative and valuable session for me. I took quite a few pages of notes here. I was trying to keep up with what was being presented. And I think to the extent that we can help to be a clearinghouse for some of the technical information, it would be very valuable to communities. Most of the areas in my district are really on the brink of not having any service workers available at all to do jobs like childcare and in-home care of seniors and fulfill different kinds of essential functions in the community. We recently had our only 24-hour pharmacy that was near the hospital, and people would leave the hospital and go get their prescription and filled at this one particular Walgreens, they shut off their nighttime and overnight pharmacy availability because they couldn't find anyone to be able to work there. So many of our communities are becoming really hampered by this, and in conjunction with the changes in immigration enforcement, it's become very, very difficult to maintain the services that a community needs. So I think perhaps we could talk with the Assessors Association about having a session at one of their conventions and gatherings about what their leadership is thinking in terms of this. It is a change due to the governor's reorganization and to funds leaving the local communities in some instances and being consolidated within the one agency. But I think that we could fulfill a valuable mission in terms of providing those sample fact patterns and such things. So I'm looking forward to us doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, members, I think that closes the hearing.
Wonderful.
And I'll send it back to our chair.
Great. Thank you, Member Vasquez. And we've got public comment on item number 2.
Yeah,
And so we don't have any written comments, and nobody's in the audience. All right. And AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda.
If you would like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. Once again, 1, 0 for any public comments.
Great. Thank you, moderator.
There are no public comments at this time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, yeah, we're now moving to item 3, pending litigation, Pacific Bell Company et al. Versus County of Napa et al. Napa County Superior Court case, number 23CV001211. Court of Appeal, First District, case number A 170169, Government Code 11126E. The Bagley-Keene rules state that we must go to public comment before going into a closed session. So we don't have any written comments and nobody in the audience. So AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the line and would like to make a public comment regarding these items on the agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen on the phone lines, please press 1, 0 for any public comments. 1, then 0.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm not convinced that the public has a right to be aware of or comment on pending litigation with the board. It's all a matter of public record, but in the past, haven't we gone into just a private room where we just discuss it among ourselves and that's it?
Well, it's just my understanding that under Bagley-Keene, we need to go ahead and present this for comments prior to going into closed session. So I'm just trying to follow the letter of the law as per our attorney.
I'm just a skeptic, you excuse me for that.
I understand that, and if you want to ask more questions, you can continue to do so, but I'm just going to follow the script here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And the moderator, I don't think there was anybody that wanted to comment? Okay, thank you. So the board will go into recess for closed session.
Yeah.
The board has returned from closed session, and we will now reconvene the board meeting. Yes, Kathy, do you want to report
Yes,
out?
I have a
Thank you.
statement. Kathy Taylor, Chief of Board Proceedings.
Thank you.
The board members met in closed session, discussed litigation matters. No action was taken.
Great, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Okay, the following item is Chief Counsel Matters. Excellent. This is item 4, Regulation Property Tax Rule 135, Section 100 change. And Mr. Lujan is presenting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. My name is David Lujan from the Legal Department. Today, we are recommending that the board adopt proposed changes under Section 100, which covers non-substantive amendments to rules. These amendments are to Rule 135, which concerns the homeowner's property tax exemption. Specifically, these changes make the rule consistent with a statutory amendment that changed the record retention requirements for certain documents. The rule amendments also include revisions to grammar and punctuation. Accordingly, we recommend and request that the board vote to adopt the proposed amendments to Property Tax Rule 135. I'm available to answer any questions you may
Great,
have.
thank you, Mr. Lujan. Members, any questions? All right, would
Move
anybody
staff
like
recommendation.
to make a motion?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Excellent. We don't have any written comments. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line would like to make a comment on this item on the agenda. Yeah, AT&T moderator?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, just wanted to see if there was anybody that was on the line that wanted to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda.
If there is anyone that would like to make a comment, press 10 at this time. And we have no one queuing up. You may continue.
Great, thank you, moderator. Members, any questions or discussion? Seeing none. Member Vasquez has made a motion, and it was seconded by Vice Chair Lieber. Ms. Cicchetti, if you could please call the roll.
Okay, Chairman Gaines?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye. All right, thank you. The motion passes. We're now on to the consent agenda, item number 5, adoption of the July 29th, 2025 board meeting minutes. Members, would anybody like to make a motion or?
I would so move.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. And AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line that would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to do so, please press 10 at this time. And we have no one queuing up.
Great, thank you. And we don't have any written comments or anybody in the auditorium that wants to comment. Members, any further discussion? Okay, so,
Mr. Chair, I'm impressed that, we're on the minutes now, are we?
yes,
We have $41 billion figures in here. It's one of the fattest minutes I've seen.
okay, all right. Are you still okay with the minutes?
Yes, I am.
All right. So Member Schaefer's made a motion to approve the minutes with Vice Chair Lieber seconding. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines?
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye?
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
Great, the motion passes. Thank you, members. Item number 6, retirement resolution recognizing the service of Honorable Lawrence E. Stone, Santa Clara County Assessor. Ms. Cicchetti, could you please read Lawrence E. Stone's resolution?
I'd be honored.
Thank you.
The resolution for Lawrence E. Larry Stone on his retirement as the Santa Clara County Assessor. Whereas after more than 47 years of exemplary public service, Lawrence E. Larry Stone retired as assessor for the County of Santa Clara on July 6, 2025, and in recognition thereof is deserving of the highest commendations from the California State Board of Equalization and the people of the state of California. And whereas Assessor Stone's public service career began when he was first elected to the Sunnyvale City Council in 1975 and served for 16 years, including as mayor. In 1994, was elected as assessor for the County of Santa Clara and then subsequently elected for 7 more terms, and holds the distinction of being the longest-serving elected official in Santa Clara County and the longest tenure as Santa Clara County's assessor since 1912. And whereas Assessor Stone successfully completed the annual assessment role 30 times while administering property assessments fairly, equitably, and timely, as demonstrated by repeated assessment practices surveys conducted by the California State Board of Equalization, which found an assessment accuracy rate of 99%. And whereas Assessor Stone, through his visionary leadership and with the assistance of all the employees of the Santa Clara County Assessor's Office, consistently underspent his approved budget and returned over 35 million general funds back to the Santa Clara County, where it was used for schools and public services, implemented advancement technologies to improve transparency and efficiency, and year after year, taxpayers and stakeholders commended his office for unparalleled customer service and responsiveness. And whereas Assessor Stone's legacy includes managing an assessment role of more than $726 billion, overseeing $55 million budget and leading a team of 251 employees, a mentor and a leader to the 57 other elected county assessors and the California Assessors Association, and being recognized nationally as a bright, articulate, and American rarity, and a proven political success in a time of political failure, by Washington Post reporter Hayes Johnson. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the board, do hereby extend to Lawrence E. Larry Stone our sincere and grateful appreciation for his dedicated service to the County of Santa Clara and to the state of California. Our congratulations on his well-earned retirement and our best wishes to his continued success, happiness, and good health in the years to come.
Wonderful. Great. Vice Chair Lieber, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we adopt the resolution. And I'd like to say a few words. I don't know if you want to collect a second before I do so.
Yeah, let's do
Well,
that.
I'll second it. And then
Okay.
I have a few words.
Thank
too.
you, Mr.
Excellent.
Schaefer.
Wonderful.
And it's hard to look around Santa Clara County and find a public policy issue that Larry and his helpmate and partner, Carmen, have not put their stamp on. Now, Larry is known in particular for his sartorial excellence, but he puts in the hard work and is not afraid to get his hands dirty on many different projects, including being himself an affordable housing developer and working towards protection of women that are subject to domestic violence, of children that come from household violence themselves. And he and Carmen together have taken such a strong role on mentoring women into the process. Not many people know that years ago, they worked together assiduously over several years to make sure that there was pay equity for flight attendants in the airlines. And they have kept up the drumbeat all the way till today. I remember how really helpful and full of heart they were about the marriage equality issue at a time when few people in our county were really standing with us. And Larry and Carmen are just so generous and giving, and they are literally everywhere in our community. So we're not going to allow Larry or Carmen to go off quietly to a peaceful retirement, but we're going to continue to work them and to get the good out of them as they would want. And I know that they're going to have a lot of fun with their two sons and their families, and but we're going to keep seeing them around the policy and politics beat in our county. Larry has also been very pivotal to the Assessors Association, and I know that my colleagues from going to the assessors gatherings know that he is always the one to put in a question or a comment that will be enlarging to the experience of the younger and newer assessors. And so I very much appreciate what I assume will be unanimous aye votes on this resolution, and in particular, Peter Kim for drafting this document. I know it's going to be very meaningful to Larry and Carmen and their family. And to all of my colleagues for supporting this. Doug Winslow and I will be attending Larry's Bon Voyage party later this week, and so this has been a quick turnaround, and we very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, great. Other comments?
Yes,
Member Schaefer.
Sally, I hope you'll say Mike Schaefer's regards to him when you see him. I've heard Larry speak a couple of times, and I'm mesmerized by his eloquence, and he doesn't talk to please anybody. In fact, he's just as critical as he is praising, and I like that about him. And he's one of the most memorable assessors I've ever met. I've wanted to go by and visit with him. I haven't had a chance to do that at his office, but I found out a couple of things. I found out he's a Republican. I never knew that. His work is all nonpartisan, as is all of our work. And I found out he's 84 years of age, and I'm 3 years older, so I don't know, his retirement's looking pretty comfortable, you know. But I will miss him, and I'm very glad to see us honor him today.
Great. Member Vasquez?
Yeah, yes, I think, I just know him since I got elected up here. And I remember when I was the chair and we started some of these hearings and work groups, he was the one that was always there and willing to give up his time and energy. And matter of fact, a couple of the assessors I know throughout the state told me, he says, you got to get him engaged. He's just got a wealth of knowledge, right? And sure enough, when I sat with him the first time, he was so given. He's going to be sorely missed. But give him my best. That's his farewell.
Yeah, great. And yeah, he's a force, that's for sure. And I realized that when I got elected to the BOE, and what a great contributor. I mean, he's so well-versed and really smart and wise, and provided a lot of advice on propositions that, we were looking at the board, Prop 15, also Prop 19. And so I really respect that. And it's so nice to have someone that has that sort of depth and experience, understands that institutional knowledge. And then he was also engaged in so many other activities within the community. It's just very sad to see him leave in his capacity currently. But I think you're right. I think he's going to stay engaged, right? Yeah. So that's wonderful, and we just wish him the best on his next chapter in life. And if there aren't any other comments, I'd like to just move to public comments. There's no one here in the auditorium, no written comments, but I did want to reach out to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anybody's on the telephone line that would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda. AT&T moderator? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, is there anyone
Yes,
on?
I'm here.
Yeah, anyone on the line in reference to this item on the agenda?
If anyone would like to ask a question or have a comment, you may press 1-0. And no one is responding. You may go ahead.
Okay, very well, thank you. So we have a motion made by Vice Chair Lieber to approve the resolution for Larry Stone. And we have a second by Member Schaefer. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye. Wonderful, the motion passes. Thank you, members. We'll move on to item 7, board meeting dates and property tax calendars for 2026, presented by Ms. Stowers. Hello.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. I am Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Members, attached to today's agenda is a proposed 2026 calendar of board meeting dates for your consideration and adoption. In advance of today's meeting, this information was distributed to your offices for review. The 2026 calendar for the State Board of Equalization meeting dates meet all of our statutory requirements. The proposed meeting dates are evenly spaced and accommodate known significant dates to allow for public participation. The proposed plan includes 3 calendars: 2026 calendar for State Board of Equalization meeting dates, 2026 calendar for the evaluation of public utilities and railroads, the 2026 calendar for the assessment and collection of private railroad car tax. Additionally, there is a list of state-observed holidays and other significant dates, such as the CAA Annual Conference and other known events for your consideration. Members, as you know, the proposed includes 16 meeting dates for 2026, 1 meeting date each month, and 4 additional dates reserved for informational hearings or board work groups. We also propose setting the 4th Wednesday of each month as the primary meeting day, with a variation for November and December due to holidays. Additionally, The 4 additional dates are on Thursday, reserved for informational hearings and our board work group meetings. With that, members, I respectfully request the board adoption of the proposed 2026 calendar of the board meeting dates. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
I have questions.
Yes, Board Member Schaefer.
Ms. Stars, if the board majority should want to change any of these dates for some cause, we can of course do that, as we did for Member Vasquez earlier this year when he had a conflict with something. These aren't set in stone, they're just our best information today. Is that right?
Well, if the board was to adopt it, they will be set in stone. And if a member would like to change a date, then the member would have to come back to the board.
Oh, yes, I
and
know
ask
that.
for
We
it.
came
Yeah,
back to the
yeah.
board this year on one that was set in stone, and we made an adjustment.
We can make an
And that's still a
adjustment.
possibility.
Provided that we have a meeting place.
Yes. And then also, I would like to see that we schedule our every third meeting to be adjacent to the Franchise Tax Board, because one of us is going to be sitting as an ex officio member of that board. And I think there should be next day setting between their meeting and our meeting for those 4 meetings during the year. So if Mr. Vasquez, say, is the chair, he's not going to be having to travel from Los Angeles to Sacramento twice in the same month. Has any thought been given to that? I haven't heard it mentioned before, and I just wondered why.
Well, I can explain, normally the process is that the board sets their dates, and then we share our dates with the Franchise Tax Board and the controller. And the controller would set her date and do her best to follow either
Yes.
before or after us.
And we know the controller pretty well.
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'm
Mr.
comfortable.
Imran?
Yeah, don't forget, we have Department of Finance as well, so it's a 3-member board, but we usually meet on that first half of the week, so I don't see that being a problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent.
I'd move adoption.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Excellent. Let us go to public comment. We don't have any written comments or anybody in the auditorium. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line would like to make a public comment on this agenda item.
Certainly, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a comment, you may press 10 at this time. And we
Mr.
have no
Chair,
one responding.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to renew my ongoing objection to asking public comment on some things that are just really housekeeping. I don't think the public has any interest in or concern over what our meeting dates are. It's a non-substantive matter, doesn't involve any money. It just is, do we meet at 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. or what the dates are? I know that on advice of council, we're treating it as something that's like a business matter instead of a housekeeping matter, but I want you to know I have a divergent opinion on that, and that shouldn't surprise anybody.
Duly noted. Thank you. If there aren't any questions, we'll go ahead and move on. Yes.
You know what, as I was, sorry about that, as I was looking at this, one of the things that strikes me is, especially in January and February, is it possible to add a day to that on January, February? Only because I know we're subject to the availability here. And I'd hate to see us, I'm just thinking of legislation. I don't know what's going to come up, but if some legislation comes before us from some of the members that have been helping us, especially on the housing front, for example, or insurance as another example, and we're trying to do a second meeting where we might have to have a hearing or hear testimony from some of the legislators that might come before us asking for our support. And I know since we don't own this building, we're subject to the availability. And I was wondering if it was possible to add a day to both the January and the February months, because it's probably easier to drop a date than it is to add one. Is that correct? And I asked staff about that.
Okay.
Thank you. Yvette Towers, we would take a look to see if there's any dates available.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, because I know that's been an issue, right?
Is that something we do now, or is that pending?
She's doing now.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Ms. Taylor, Chief of Board Proceedings. We are able to book the meeting dates 365 days in advance. So we have already booked dates up through 365 days. So I can look to see if there's additional dates for January, if you want the meetings to be back-to-back, like a two-day meeting, Monday, one day. So this calendar has Wednesday, January 28th, I believe. So the 29th at this moment is available here at May Lee, if you want to add January 29th.
Sure. I mean, to me, it doesn't matter whether it's the day before, the day or after, whatever is available. And only just to have that flexibility.
And then the facility at this time is available on Thursday, February 26th.
So that could be a friendly amendment to the motion?
Is that back to the other day?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'd like to ask, is our former auditorium at 450 N Street still available? If we should get chased out of here, can we rent that for a day?
I don't know.
No.
No, okay.
No longer exists.
That's an easy answer.
Okay, so I believe you're saying that January the 29th will be the second day, and February the 26th will be the second day.
Yes.
We will reserve those dates. I would need a,
Yeah, Member Schaefer, would you be willing to make that amendment to the motion?
Yes, I would go along with that amendment. It doesn't cost us any extra except the regular per-day rate, I guess.
Vice Chair Lieber, are you okay with that?
Yes.
All right. Wonderful. Okay, so do we need to go back to the public? Yeah. Okay, very good. Why don't we go to the AT&T moderator? Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment to this amendment to the board meeting approval dates.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a comment, you may press 1, then 0. And no one's responding, sir.
Okay, thank you, moderator. So the revised motion is to approve the 2026 board meeting dates with two amendments, adding January 29th and February 26th as dates if needed, just to provide a little flexibility for next year. And so we have a motion made by Member Schaefer on this restated motion, second by Vice Chair Lieber. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the vote.
Chairman Gaines?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
All right, motion passes, thank you. Next item up is board member matters, item number 8, property tax implications for construction of modular homes to help rebuild after disasters informational hearing report. And so, yeah, just thought Member Vasquez and I thought that it would be a good idea just to have a report. And we've talked about this in terms of when we do informational hearings. It's nice to have a summary of what occurred in those. And Member Vasquez, would you like to proceed?
I'll start, and then
Great.
if you want to add something to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, members, first of all, thank you for your interest and robust participation during the joint hearing last month on modular housing as an option for disaster recovery and to address the issue of affordable housing. We heard a lot of interesting testimony and ideas from the various presenters. As we heard, there are some real opportunities within this industry. Some of the testimony that stood out to me was about, first, the fireproofing technologies being developed, including the roofing systems and the heat-resistant panels. This has a real chance to change the way we think about housing construction. Next, the magnitude of the reduction in cost and time. Speakers shared that modular homes could be built and installed in a matter of months, and for as low as $200,000 per unit, which is light years ahead of where we are with traditional housing construction. And third, the variety of applications of the units, which could be anything from a temporary ADU while a fire victim rebuilds their home, to the permanent single-family unit, to multifamily complexes. The idea of making these homes in factories to be applied to wherever situation is needed is very exciting. For my part, I think we are there were a few issues that need some follow-up, including, one, addressing whether the insurance industry is properly classifying modular homes, having insurers understand the value of an innovative technologies being developed, and having the science and data to back up the value of the fireproofing technology could help to clear a key hurdle in the development of housing. And two, making sure that there is coordination with organized labor, modular housing presenters, some new questions regarding housing construction. And we heard from Mr. Hanna that labor is ready and willing to dive into the opportunities associated with the modular housing, as long as they are done in the right way. Something I took away from the hearing is that we should make sure that we are encouraging cooperation between labor and the industry. Although the report is not required for the informational hearing, Chairman Gaines and I submitted them to you for discussion and approval for two reasons. One, so that there is an official summary documenting at least the highlights of the input we received, so that we and the future boards have public record. And two, so that we can share it with the speakers for their records and contacts. After our comments and input, I'd like to move the adoption of these recommendations. And I had the opportunity actually last week to go visit the fellow that presented here, O'Neill's production, because it's in my district. Actually, he has this huge warehouse he took over in Watts, where he's actually producing these modular homes. And it's unbelievable. It's like it almost looks like an assembly line that you would see in the auto industry.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I was asking about the workers. Most of the workers that are running the show there, they came out of the aerospace industry, which was kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Because these folks they're basically engineers. And now they turned it into, it's almost like something you would see, I guess, when you're seeing your kids play with Legoland, right? They're putting these pieces together, and it comes out to be a unit. And I was looking at it, and I think these are ideal for the fire victims, especially I'm thinking in Altadena and the Palisades, where they're sitting on a land that's vacant. They could literally, because they transport these on these huge flatbeds. So they're roughly 23 by 17, and it's comes out to be like 400 square feet. And it's a one-bedroom with a living room, a little kitchenette, and a bathroom. All ready to go.
Yeah.
And it all could be done, I think he said it has a price tag of roughly anywhere from 130 to 150,000. They drop it right on the property. Somebody could be living there while they're figuring out what they're gonna do with the rest, or while they're constructing or rebuilding their homes or their properties. And at the end of the day, if they put it in the back of their lot, it could turn into an ADU once they finish the main house, and either use it for family or rent it out.
Absolutely.
It's unbelievable.
Wonderful. Yeah, that's great. Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you. Well, I very much appreciate getting the report and all of the testimony. It's already helped to jog my memory as, and I'm going to see how it maps to my notes that I took during the hearing. But I thought it was a very valuable hearing. It was very well put together and some great diversity of viewpoints, and I appreciate the inclusion of labor in it. I thought that Mr. Christianen really added to our understanding of things and gave us some ideas that we can hopefully pursue. And I'm wondering if the motion could possibly be to accept the report rather than adopt. Is that good? So I would second that, that we accept the report.
Okay, wonderful. Now, we had a second on the original motion. Mr. Schaefer, are you comfortable with
Yes, I'm
Vice Chair Lieber taking the second? Okay, very good. Wonderful. I think our Deputy Controller wanted to make some comments.
Thank you. I also thought it was an amazing hearing. I actually just saw this report. When you speak about ADUs, San Jose now is the first city in California to allow ADUs to be sold as separate condos. And there was a bill last year, AB 1033, that passed. They had this huge press conference, but that's big time, you know? And you think about these homes as well, these new homes that are being built. It could be a real game changer, especially in more dense areas. And then going to Member Lieber's point about the acceptance to the adoption, I'm also at that point of acceptance. We're having these informational hearings 3-4 months straight now. We're gonna have one again next month. And I think the controller wants to take a little bit deeper dive of how we do the protocol here.
Okay.
I know for board work groups, we do minutes, but here we do report outs, and if it's adopted, or what the protocol is, if it's accepted, adopted, and just kind of like moving forward. If we all just can speak in one voice when we do these hearings and what to expect afterwards, that'll be really, really great. I think we start looking at that in October, if I'm correct, into the bylaws.
We start the review of board guidelines in November based on the board's feedback, and then you guys vote on it in December.
So if it's something that we can get to the board by November for adoption, it would have to start something proposed in October, like some guidelines, I would assume, by the October board meeting? Or September?
You could have a discussion at the next board meeting, could put it on the agenda as a board member matter, and you guys can make a decision after your discussion on how you would like to hold your informational hearings. If you want to always have a report, do you want to always accept the report? Because sometimes the informational hearing, you're just gathering information to learn more about the subject.
That's right, yeah.
So I think it's your call, members, on what you want to do.
I think it raises a good
yeah.
question in terms of figuring out how do we want to handle this. It could be simply reporting out and not having a motion, right? And I just think the follow-through, I think the follow-through is important. I'm not convinced we need a motion necessarily.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes, please.
Comment. I think that Member Vasquez's point was very well taken, that in this instance where he's produced a really quality report that is substantive, he does want an action so that it's memorialized in our records. And so I think accepting the report is a good compromise, because it allows the report to be retained in that regard, that we did take an action on the report, but we don't have to say, well, I agreed with this person or I didn't agree with that person, so let's develop yet another document that says what we did or we didn't think was great from it. So I think that accepting it is a good way to go, and then we could think a little bit more about that as we get closer to October, too.
Yeah.
I appreciate that too. because we had another informational hearing today, so does that also produce some type of report? And that's just my question ongoing. And hopefully we'll figure that out by the end of the year. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think we should discuss that and figure out, just provide a little more clarity. And is that something that needs to be agendized?
Yes, we'll go ahead and put it on the agenda, and then the members will take the lead in the conversation because it's your informational hearing.
I think you've got
Yeah,
some
yeah,
guidance here.
yeah.
Right, in terms of approval versus
yeah,
acceptance
accept,
versus maybe nothing. And those could be options that the authors could
Say.
present based on,
Perhaps
you know,
Ms.
what they
Vice
want to
Chair
do.
Lieber would like to prepare a memo on what you're thinking, or perhaps the controller would like to prepare a memo on what you're thinking.
We can definitely talk about that, as we're not a quorum of the board, and get to a good place. I don't know that it has to come forward next week, because we do have some runway between now and November. It could be in October. And, you know, sometimes the best rule is to not have a rule, because then if reports aren't being produced for the sake of a report being produced, that can be a very nice thing. I do think we're very fortunate to have this particular report, because it is lengthy and meaningful and substantive. But I think there could also be instances where we have a hearing and there's one speaker, and it's over relatively quickly, and we don't need to take the extra step. But we can talk about that.
Sure.
Absolutely, appreciate it.
That's great. Okay, any other comments? Only thing I wanted to do is just provide a little, just an example of modular housing, and sometimes it's not always inexpensive. So I think maybe it was less expensive because of the nature of the situation, but I was talking to Supervisor Brooke Lane, who represents South Lake Tahoe, and they're working on an affordable housing project, and they went modular with it, but it still cost $800,000 a unit. Now, you got to remember how difficult it is to build around the Tahoe Basin. You have Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, but in this particular case, the land was donated. So it still cost them $1 million just to get utilities to the site. So there were things, you know, like that. Of course, labor is more expensive up there. Cost of construction, I think, for a cabin or a home is well over $1,000 a square foot because of snow loads and weather and things of that sort. So, but they used modular, which I thought was interesting. So, but yeah, I thought it was a great item to have discussed, and I want to thank Member Vasquez for all his hard work and his team in helping present this. So we do have a motion, and that is a motion that would accept the modular housing hearing report. We have a first from Member Vasquez and a second from Vice Chair Lieber. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Awesome. The motion passes. And can we just power through here, or do we need a break? Should we take a short break? Okay, do you want to go 5 minutes or 10 minutes? Any preference, members? Staff?
Let's say 5.
5 minutes. Okay, so 3:58. We will return, take a recess. Thank you. Okay, we are back from break. It's now 4:04 p.m. The following item is number 9, Executive Director's Report. Ms. Stowers, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. I am Yvette Stowers, the Executive Director. Members, my report today will be brief, as this month focuses on the various quarterly reports that my executive team will be providing. First of all, I would like to report out on a few recent events and upcoming events. First, members, as you know, August 4th through the 7th, the Northern California Assessors Association held their annual regional conference in South Lake Tahoe. This year's meeting provided another opportunity for collaboration, engagement with the 58 county assessors, our partners in property tax administration. Board members' offices and agency staff was represented, and many informative topics were presented. This annual conference provides an excellent opportunity for CAA and BOE to discuss further ways to work in collaboration. I would like to thank the CAA, particularly Glenn County Assessor Sandy Perez, for hosting this year's conference and for inviting the BOE to attend and participate. Working in partnership with the assessors is critical to our mission. Next, I would like to highlight the upcoming California Association Annual Conference. This conference will be held October 6th through the 9th in Moreno Park, California, hosted by Orange County Assessor Claude Parrish. The annual conference again provides an opportunity for the CAA and BOE to discuss ways to further work together. Your offices will be receiving information on registration from my office very soon. Finally, the board annual meeting with assessors is scheduled for August 22nd, 2025, here in Sacramento. That completes my report. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you, Executive Director Stowers. Any questions or comments? Mr. Schaefer.
Ms. Stowers, you mentioned the joint meeting of the board and the assessors and the lunch, or was that not mentioned?
It's scheduled for October 22nd. There has been no decision on if the members would like to host lunch with the assessors or not. It's generally something that's done by you guys. So I don't know.
Well, if it's October 22nd, we can deal with it in September, so don't worry about it.
Right.
Well, oh, thank you. That's pursuant to Government Code Section, as you know, 15607, that it's really not up to us. It's been decreed by the legislature that we shall meet with them once a year.
Yes.
And it says that we should summon the assessors. I don't know whether we send the sheriff after them, or if we send them a subpoena, or if we just invite them, but
We invite them, sir.
the
That's such
statute
a
does
harsh
say we shall
word.
summon them,
This
okay?
that's how it's written in the statute.
Oh,
but-
I know, we're nice guys, okay? We love our assessors. It said to be at a places designated by the board. Well, that's always here, because it's just tradition, you know, and I'm not fighting that. I'd rather have it over at Catalina Island, but, you know, and Catalina is cold that time of year. It also says that it is required that we study or discuss the problems of administration. We can't talk about movies or baseball. We have to talk about and discuss problems of administration. It's a business luncheon.
It's a business meeting, yes.
Yeah, and a business luncheon is something that is justified by our expense account. Yet traditionally, we all pay out of our pocket for it because we're nice guys and we can afford to do that. But I don't think that is really enough to sustain it. I would like you to be able to tell us in a little brief report to the board, going back over the last 30, 40 years, has the board ever, as a BOE, taking the assessors out to lunch on something where they are restricted as to talking business. You can only talk turkey, you know?
I can answer that now, because first of all, it's an annual meeting with the assessors. It's a public meeting. It's done in a public forum, like an auditorium, where the assessors will present suggestions and ideas, and the members, it's a give and take. So it's a meeting. And then we break out by district. So the assessors in your district and you will generally meet and talk one-on-one.
Yeah,
And then if there's a desire to host a lunch, we have done that. It really didn't get started until 2019.
Yeah.
Is when we started hosting lunches or going out to our break room and having a sandwich. Or then in 2020, we had the nice formal lunch because of so many assessors were
And
retiring.
Member Vasquez always eats lunch by himself. I mean, he has one district.
Well, no, he's not by himself. So it is scheduled for the 22nd of October. We will have an agenda. I know that the CAA have some questions that they would like, topics that they'd like to discuss. Just waiting on them to give me the list. And I am working with the chairman's office on further agenda items.
Well, I know if somebody in my district wanted to talk about their tax problem with the BOE and wanted to meet me for lunch, they would probably host the lunch, but if, you know, I felt like hosting the lunch, I would consider it a business expense. So we, you know, to have at least a $50 a year budget for doing such things. And I just look at this big meeting with assessors to be strictly business, but it's not mandated. It's mandated that we hold the meeting, it's mandated that we summon them to be here, and it's mandated that we talk business. It's not mandated that anybody gets fed.
It's not mandated that we feed them, but it is kind of nice when someone's coming to your house to at least offer them some coffee and water.
Sure. Okay, well, I just wanted to say, I'd like to know how they did that with prior boards. I don't agree of what prior boards did necessarily, you know, we all know about that, but if they've gone on for 10 years, having the BOE itself host our assessors for that one meeting a year, I'd like to know about it. I know how we do it since I arrived here, and I'm not rejecting how we're doing it. I'm just questioning, have we always done it that way? And since the Government Code Section 15607 in great detail mandates that we have it, that we summon them, and that we only talk turkey, I'm just raising that issue to inform my colleagues what I found out.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Great, thank you, Member Schaefer and Vice Chair Lieber.
Maybe I can help to shed some light on how it's been done. Last year, Mr. Doug Winslow paid for the sandwiches and the chips and the sodas and et cetera. And I think everyone was very, very happy with that. And after a policy discussion in the auditorium and the real substance, people were hungry and ready for the camaraderie and ready to be provided a lunch by Mr. Doug Winslow. So that seemed to work out well.
Yeah. So I've always enjoyed that meeting, and that's why I focus on summons. I think it's a command performance for the assessors, and if there's some assessors who habitually never show up, if they're in my district, I'm going to give them a phone call.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
very good. Is that
That
the
concludes
conclusion?
my
Are there any more
report.
comments? Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Stowers. We'll now move on to item 10, Operational Priorities Report and Quarterly Budget Report, presented by Ms. Renati.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati. I'm the Chief Deputy Director. Today, I'll report on some of the agency's strategic efforts towards with our operational priorities. Our core goal of our 5-year plan has been to develop and strengthen our workforce. Since our last report that I provided to you, we have filled 11 positions. 5 of those are new employees to the BOE, and 6 of the others were promotions of internal candidates. We continue to fill our positions. I know just this week we filled more positions, so next month I'll have more numbers for you. So we're really doing a great job. We have a very low vacancy rate, so pretty happy about that.
Excellent.
The next item is our mandated training. I'm happy to report at the end of last month, all of our employees took their mandated training. As you know, we're on a training schedule, so that way everyone takes the classes at the same time. It's a 2-year training cycle, so that we don't have to take 12 classes at once. Instead, we break them up. This time, we had employees finish information security training, disclosure awareness, anti-nepotism, and workplace violence prevention training. Additionally, our supervisors took 2 leadership courses. And the final item is our quarterly budget report for fiscal year 24-25. As you know, our appropriation was permanently reduced based on the Budget Act and eliminated vacant positions and lowered some of our operating expenses. And it was about a $1.2 million reduction. Our draft expenditure reports for July through June show that we used about 89% of the funds appropriated to us. And we are finalizing our year-end activities. Don't expect those numbers to change, but if they do, we'll let you know so you can be informed. Looking ahead to our fiscal year 25-26 fiscal year, our appropriation does not include any additional reductions to staff or expenses. We continue to monitor budget discussions. If we hear anything, of course, we'll bring it forward to you and to the public so you're aware of what's going on. And that concludes my report, unless you have any questions, or if you have any questions.
Excellent. Members, any questions of Ms. Renati? I think that's it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll move to item 11, Chief Counsel Quarterly Report presented by Mr. Moon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines, members of the board. I'm Richard Moon, Chief Counsel. Today I'm going to present to you a quarterly report. In the attachment, you have all the numbers, so I'm not going to go over those. But the legal department is focusing on 3 particular areas, and those are just the things that I wanted to highlight. First, we are focusing on reviewing regulations to make sure that they're up to date, and you heard one of those today, Rule 135, and we're continuing that process. Secondly, we are focusing on technical advice, and we're trying to speed up the process that we go through in order to answer questions from internal staff, assessors, as well as the general public. And then finally, now is about the time that state assessee season starts up, and so we are gearing up for that and getting focused to represent the State Assessed Properties Division, and then also do the appeal side as well. So that's my report, unless you have any questions.
Members, any questions? Seeing none?
All right, thank you very much.
Wonderful. Okay, we'll move to item 12 on the agenda, Communication Chief's Quarterly Report presented by Mr. Kim.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. I am Peter Kim, BOE's Chief Communications Officer. So today I'll provide a brief overview of some major highlights and accomplishments for the second quarter of 2025. First, I'll provide some updates on the BOE website. I won't go into the specific numbers, but in my memo, I did share the total number of unique external page views for last quarter and the total page views since the web page was launched, which was over 837,000 total page views. The Translate web page this quarter had past quarter had approximately over 10,000 unique external page views, and the total page views was over 10,000. Now I'll move on to the fiscal year 23-24 annual report. As you're well aware of, the department is responsible for coordinating the publication of the annual report. Features in the latest annual report include state maps and data that list the total net assessed values for both the county and state assessed property values, net exemptions, and the average property tax rates for all of the 58 counties. New in this year's report is the identification of the locations of the various photos featuring California's landmarks. I know that was important to Board Member Schaefer. And as you're well aware of, the BOE's responsible for property tax administration at the state level. So it's very important for us to highlight statewide information and data in the annual report. And of course, the agency is proud to document our achievements and critical duties through this report. And finally, I wanted to provide a brief recap of new or updated publications that the department facilitated this past quarter. The memo lists all of the publications, including the updated Proposition 19 fact sheet, as Ms. Stowers mentioned in her report last month. Finally, which was not included in my memo, but I was asked by Ms. Stowers to provide a high-level overview of BOE communications from the past few years. As the inaugural Chief Communications Officer for BOE 2.0, we have made great strides, and here are some notable accomplishments. One, social media presence before I came on board was non-existent, and it is now robust and regular. The website refresh provided additional features and made it easier to find information and resources. The board member website refresh allowed for greater and easier engagement with the board members and your constituents. We have also created new and updated publications to professionalize them, and they have become important tools for the board for engaging with and educating your constituents and taxpayers. We have also utilized e-blasts and listservs to enhance communications with taxpayers. We have also successfully translated multiple publications in other languages and have placed the translation feature on our website. More positive coverage in the press regarding the board's initiatives, such as disaster relief and the insurance crisis. And finally, we have also enhanced internal communications, notably with the launch of My BOE, the agency's intranet, and our semi-annual employee newsletter, BOE Connect. Equally important is the board's leadership and regular engagement with the legislature, stakeholders, and taxpayers throughout your districts over the years, which has also helped bring greater awareness to the BOE and how critical our role is in the state. All of the things I've mentioned are collectively what strengthen BOE's brand. So members, this concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Members, any questions?
I just have one.
Yes, please.
Just a comment.
Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really, really do appreciate it, too. I've seen it go above and beyond. I don't know if it was on your list, but the translate button as well, right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, so that's 8 languages now. Top 8 languages in California can be translated on the BOE website, especially when you're talking about very thick property tax forms and whatnot. So really appreciate it, Peter. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
There were a couple of issues that came up in the meeting today, and maybe we need to speak with the executive director on them, but there was some discussion about FAQs for affordable housing, a couple of sample projects that might be helpful for folks. I don't know if it's premature, but I think we ought to at least look into it. And then I think, wasn't there some talk also on welfare exemptions in terms of providing clarity to constituents that are going through that process?
Thank you, Betsy Stowers. FAQs on affordable housing. The department has limited expertise on affordable housing, so we're not going to be the person to do the FAQs. We're not the experts in it.
Okay.
As far as welfare exemption is concerned, we do have a welfare exemption section, and they are responsive. When people call, they answer their questions immediately.
Okay.
We do allow them to file their applications electronically, and we do have a turnaround time about 30 to 90 days, depending on if they give us a complete package.
Okay.
But when they don't give us a complete package, we let them know immediately what's missing.
Okay. Are we, is it clear if you went to our website and you needed to know more about how to apply for a welfare exemption in terms of how to do it?
Yes.
Okay,
It says right there, you can do it electronically.
Okay.
We redid the form to make it more user-friendly.
yeah, okay, I need to go on and check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Excellent, well, thank you.
And if I could just add to that, we do have a publication on welfare exemption as well. And I believe our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office is almost ready to issue a new information sheet related to nonprofits.
Excellent.
Organizations. So.
Oh, that's great. Wonderful. Thank you. Member Schaefer?
Yes, Mr. Kim, we are totally out of 450 N Street, is that accurate?
That's correct, sir.
I just checked, and Yelp still has us as 450 Ns. If you ever communicate with Yelp, you might tell them we moved.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Wonderful.
All right,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. We'll now move to item 13, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Chairman Gaines, honorable members of the board. Once again, my name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. For you this afternoon, I have 4 reports. The first 2 will be by Ms. Lauren Keach. She will give you an update on letters to assessors and our training program. She will be followed by Ms. Holly Cooper, who will give you a quarterly report on the survey program. And last but not least will be Ms. Pam DiNapoli. She will update you on what's going on in the State Assessed Properties Division. With that, if you're ready, I will have them start. But I just do want to add, we actually have a very robust section on our website for welfare exemptions. We actually have not only our form posted on there where you can fill electronically, we actually have a checklist. So people, before they start the process, we actually list the documentation that you would need just so they can have some of the stuff ready. So we're fairly, and we are very, very responsive. People call our division, that unit, and we answer, without exaggerating too much, we answer questions all day long on the application for the welfare exemption. So we are very active in that section.
That's great.
Fantastic. With that, I will call up Ms. Keach and she'll present the first 2.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable board members. I am Lauren Keach, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs issued since the last report at a board meeting, and a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs issued to date can be found. As of the date of the attached memo, the agency has issued a total of 23 LTAs for calendar year 2025 and 7 since the report at the board meeting in June. Those LTAs are summarized in order as follows. An LTA to announce updates due to legislation affecting petroleum property bonding requirements. An LTA to issue guidance on electronically filed State Board of Equalization forms and business property statements received by mail as a result of legislation. An LTA to report on 2024 legislation affecting property taxes. An LTA to announce the county assessment appeals filing period for 2025. An LTA from the State Assessed Properties Division to report the list of state assessees. An LTA to issue the BOE's property tax directory. And finally, an LTA from the Taxpayers Rights Advocate's Office to publish an information sheet on how property is assessed for property tax purposes. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I am able to answer any questions if you have them for me.
Members, any questions?
Okay.
I think we're good.
Thank you. Then I will proceed and give a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. We have kicked off the 2025-26 fiscal year, and we've scheduled 40 classes and 2 webinars. In addition, 7 classes have been scheduled with instructors in the county assessors' offices for their staff. 5 courses have been taught by the BOE and 1 county course since the beginning of the fiscal year. We continue to offer our existing online training, basic courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses and self-study training sessions available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on training and certification. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Are the classes at American River College and CSUS, are those in person?
They are online, they're virtual.
Online, okay.
Yes.
All right,
We
good.
do take part in facilitating them.
Yes, okay, very good.
Yes. Thank you for that
Any
question.
other
Any others?
questions? No, I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will hand it to Ms. Holly Cooper.
Great.
All right, good evening, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. I'm Holly Cooper, Chief of the Assessment Practices Survey Division. Today, I will be presenting a brief overview of the Assessment Practices Audit Survey Program. There were no publications during the second quarter of 2025. However, there are 2 reports in the final review process pending publication next month. They are for Alpine and Kern counties. Once the reports are finalized, copies will be provided to each of the board members and their office for preview before they are issued and published or posted to our website. I will provide an overview of those publications in my next quarterly report. In addition to the 2 reports pending publication, we are actively working on completing audits and survey samples for 10 other counties. These audits are in various stages of production. Lastly, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the audit survey team for their dedication and hard work. This concludes my report on the Assessment Practices Survey Division, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Wonderful. Members, any questions? All right.
Thank
I think
you.
we're good. Thank you.
My turn. So good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. My name is Pamela Dinopoli, manager in the State Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will review some major highlights and accomplishments of the State Assessed Properties Division for the second quarter of 2025. The real property team completed their 2025 real property valuations. The unit valued 9,967 land parcels in 15 counties for the 2025 roll year. Additionally, the unit processed 109 statements of land change during the second quarter. These forms are used as an appraisal discovery tool to identify property under state assessment jurisdiction. Finally, the team responded to 273 inquiries in the second quarter. During the second quarter, our unitary valuation and auditing section completed the 2025 unitary appraisals for 322 state assessees totaling $164.5 billion in assessed value. This represents a roughly 8% increase compared to the prior year. The increase is due largely to the increased investments in new plants by the largest investor-owned utilities. Staff also completed allocation of the unitary values to the counties in which assessees have property. Allocation of assessed values reports were mailed to the state assessees detailing how their lien date 2025 values are to be allocated amongst the counties. That's the end of my report. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Members, any questions? No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, move to item 14, Special Taxes Quarterly Report, presented by Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. My name is Laurel Williams. I'm the BOE's technical advisor for our special tax programs, which include the alcoholic beverage tax and the tax on insurers programs. Now going into my regular report, I will start with the tax on insurers programs. The number of accounts has been fairly static since my last report at 2,769 accounts. According to the August 2025 Department of Finance Bulletin, revenues for this program in fiscal year 25-26 are at $80 million, which is approximately 21%, or $14 million above the forecasted amount. Since this is the first monthly DOF report in this fiscal year, being off the forecast is not unexpected. The program remains highly compliant. The next program is our alcoholic beverage tax program. There are approximately 10,805 accounts, which is also very similar to my April report. According to the August 2025 Department of Finance Bulletin, revenues for this program in fiscal year 25-26 are at $49 million, which is approximately 12% or $5 million above the forecasted amount. The opt-in, opt-out rate for the wine grower and beer manufacturer returns has remained very consistent since the April report at approximately 65% and 58%, respectively, choosing to opt out of having the public disclosure. Both programs are highly compliant. To address Mr. Gaines' question earlier, the revenues are showing that they are above projections. While there may be some decreases in certain types of the alcohol industry, other types are growing, and we do have different tax rates. So, for instance, beer and wine are some of the slowing and declining consumption categories, which have the lower tax rates. Distilled liquors are growing, and they have a higher tax rate, so there's probably some counterbalance happening there.
Yeah, because revenues are up.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think, you know, from my perspective, I'm hearing it from wine growers that it's in decline. So, but that's not the whole picture, so.
Yeah, and there's many different reasons why revenues and consumption can be up and down. I do know that especially alcohol is very, in some ways, seasonal. So for instance, during the holidays, there tends to be an increase. During January, February, there's a decrease. Also, then during summer, there's lots of barbecues and pool time and that sort of stuff, which tends to lead also to an increase.
Okay.
If I may, Chairman?
Yes.
How does it work with the import-export factor of the tax? For example, California imports Argentinian wine, French wine. We export out towards the rest of the world.
Yes, so that's a great question. We tax at the manufacturer distributor level. So if it's going out of state or out of the country, they don't pay the tax to us on that, but if it's coming in, it does, they do. So, yeah, if it's basically end distribution is within California, we charge the tax, and it's a per gallon tax on all of the alcohols are per gallon.
Understood, thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent, all right, any other questions? Mr. Schaefer, yes.
Yes, thank you. I'm seeing that you are projecting $211 million in revenues on insurers, but we're only getting 93. Did you discuss that? I mean, could we have, are we just saying that it's going to double in the coming year?
I was able, the memo that I included with the PAN, due to the time constraints, I've been able to, for the projections from DOF, right before this meeting earlier this week, they released their August projections. So that's why I was able to update with the current projections. And they do somewhat change their projections. Insurers generally end up in a couple $2 billion throughout the year. And also insurers are different, where the wine growers and the beer manufacturers, some of them report monthly or quarterly. Most of the insurers are annually, and it's based on gross premiums.
I noticed that we're very constant at 32 million on our alcoholic beverage tax, projected and both current. I would think with all the problems going on in the White House and in the world, there'd be a lot more drinking. How come that we're 100% consistent there?
Yeah, the projections, I can't take credit for the projections. I am using the Department of Finance projections, but I think alcohol consumption, as we discussed earlier, there's reasons that it goes up and that there are always times of uncertainty do lead to increased drinking. However, there's maybe some people for medical or health reasons are drinking less. But I think overall, the alcohol program has been around for quite a while, so the projections are generally, I've noticed, have always been quite close.
I've been here for maybe 80 meetings of this board, and I've never heard of a appeal on an alcoholic beverage tax program. I guess everybody has been happy with resolving whatever dispute they had. It's never reached our level. Have you recalled when that last happened?
They very rarely have appeals, and one of the reasons is with this program, it's very unique in that they call it the three-legged stool of compliance, in that there's us, we have ABC, and then there's also federal TTB. So there's multiple ways to cross-check information, to do audits. We also tax at the distributor and manufacturer level. So there's, while there's 10,000 accounts in California, we're not taxing every retailer or every restaurant, or not restaurant, so then they're not being audited. For that, they're audited for other things by other agencies. But so it's just due to a smaller number of taxpayers, and then just all of the reporting and compliance that they have to do. When there is a dispute, it does sometimes get, maybe it's a clerical thing, or can be resolved at a lower level.
Sure, thank you.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you, Laurel.
No problem.
Appreciate it. Okay, we will now move on to item number 15. That's Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report, presented by Mr. Angelo.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and members. Good to see you. Ted Angelo, Legislative Director and Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. I'll be brief today. The legislature just returned from its summer recess on Monday. So the reports that I send to you on a weekly basis have been paused for the past month while they've been gone, because no action was happening in the legislature, only things behind the scenes. So as I noted before, the reports that I've been sending out now show board positions taken on bills. I noted that last month. The fiscal committee deadline is August 29th, so the appropriations committees are meeting. They started meeting the day they got back on Monday, and we're meeting today on the assembly side. Floor session will then be the primary workload until the end of the first year of the two-year session of 25-26 on September 12th. So that's the calendar. As I noted before, about 10 bills are still moving, and most have either been held on suspense or in the Rev and Tax Committee or the Appropriations Committees. The disaster relief bills are still moving, but they're going on suspense because of their cost. So AB 245 by Assemblymember Gibson went to suspense on Monday. And the Chiquita Canyon landfill bill, which I haven't discussed, which gives taxpayers an ability for reassessment, went on suspense as well, AB 985 by Schiavo. And the analysis went to you as well on that. AB 1485 by Assemblymember Machado is on suspense. And AB 1516 was signed by the governor, so that one didn't have significant costs, and that was signed by the governor on the 28th of July. Other bills SB 293 by Senator Perez. That was up in Assembly Appropriations today. I'm assuming it went to suspense, but I can't confirm that. And this is one of the three bills that I mentioned last month that are the disaster relief bills. And that would be AB 245 Gibson, which I just previously noted is on suspense, AB 293, SB 293, Perez, and SB 663 by Senator Allen. And that's a joint bill that has Senator McNerney and Perez as co-authors of that. I referred to it as a McNerney bill last month, and it's a joint three-author bill. And those are the bills that I've gone into in great detail for us extending the transferability after disasters. That should cover it in terms of, I'll be sending out a new update for the bills that went through appropriations this week. Monday and Wednesday were the main hearings this week. The only other thing I would note, obviously there's other things going on that are beyond the scope of the BOE that's happening in the Capitol right now, and I won't go into those, but the insurance commissioner had an update on his affordable insurance strategy. That was in August. I think he sent a memo to Congress on the 6th, just kind of giving an update for catastrophic modeling, the impact, and what insurers are going to commit to going forward. That wasn't what I intended to speak to today, and in any detail, I just wanted to let the board know that is happening. And new commitments will be made based on that. New regulations would be happening at the department level for that. We've had 2 hearings that you put forward over the past year on that issue. So I just wanted to note that steps are moving in that direction.
Yes, thank you.
With that, that's the end of my report. Unless you have any other questions on specific bills, I can answer now.
Any questions, members? Member Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Angelo. I noticed that, Senator Allen and Senator Archuleta have both spoken to us recently, and so of course we're interested in what they're doing because they're acquainted with our concerns.
Right.
I don't see any abolitionists on the docket. Have they all termed out or gone home or?
I'll refrain.
Okay.
There aren't any that I know of.
Yeah. And I'm very interested in SB 470, Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. You know, I have a great dispute as to Government Code Section 11124, which guarantees the right of every citizen to anonymously come to our meetings. Nowhere does it continue that anonymity if they want to get up and speak. That's been vague ever since I've been on the board. Do you know if that's something that's going to be discussed in SB 470?
That's a good question, and it wasn't in there according to our last review of it, but that bill in particular is one that I meant to speak on today because it was up in Assembly Appropriations. And it passed out of appropriations, but it wasn't amended. And so I don't believe that issue about anonymity is contemplated because it's moving forward what was in place before and extending the Bagley-Keene provisions that we are under now.
Well, you know of my interest in that, and because you've heard me speak many times on it, and if it is going to be before any committee, I'd like to speak on it. I would speak on behalf of the many city councils that have had irate people, misconduct, profane language, usually just all from anonymous people. And I think there's a great policy issue there that when they speak to people like us who all have our name here, we're identified. If we're in a courtroom, the courtroom knows who they are, and I consider us very similar to a courtroom. We have every right to know who they are if they want to get up and tell us how to decide. And if you ever see that issue coming up, let me know. I'll, at my own expense, go speak on it.
Well, I respect your opinion, Mr. Schaefer, but that's an issue for you to discuss with Ms. Stowers and the legal division, which you already have. So I'll let them keep that under their
I'm interested
jurisdiction.
in it, not just for us, but for the state.
Right,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Okay, all right. I think
All righty.
we're- I
Thank
think
you
we're
very
okay.
much.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, we're now going to go to public comment, and we don't have any written comments or anybody in the auditorium. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone and would like to make a public comment regarding these items on the agenda.
For any public comment, you may press 1 and then 0 on your telephone keypad. And no one is queuing up. You may proceed.
Thank you, moderator. We'll now move to item 16, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Members, do you have any items that aren't on the agenda? Okay, anybody that wishes to make a comment? We don't have any written comments. No public comment of anybody here in the auditorium. And again, AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda, which is public comment on items not on the agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to do so, press 1, then 0. And no one is queuing up.
Great, thank you, moderator. And our last item for today is closing remarks and adjournment. Would anybody like to make some closing remarks? Yes. Member Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair. Last month, I wasn't able to adjourn in a couple motions, and I wanted to put them out there today. First, I wanted to adjourn this meeting in honor of the 3 Los Angeles County sheriffs, detectives killed in that explosion on July 18th.
right, yeah.
Detectives Joshua Kelly Eglin, Victor Lemus, and William Osborne, who leave behind their grieving colleagues, friends, and family, including a total of 16 children among them.
Gosh.
The tragic lethal blast occurred while they were moving ordinances at the Sheriff's Department's Center Training Academy in East LA. The detectives, whose combined years of service to the department amounted to 74 years, were described as the best of the best, serving their community with unwavering honor, courage, and commitment. In addition to that, I also wanted to adjourn last month in the honor of Dr. Jaime Regalado, a longtime former executive director of the Pat Brown Institute for Public Affairs at the California State University of Los Angeles, who passed away on June 16th. Dr. Regalado was one of the first Chicano professors at Cal State LA and fought to ensure the Chicano and Latino community was always represented. He left an indelible imprint on the civic life of Los Angeles and California. And then last but not least, I wanted to adjourn in memory of the Grammy-winning jazz musician, composer Chuck Mangione, who died on July 22nd at the age of 84. He was a virtuoso flute, horn, and trumpet player who released 30 albums and sold millions of records in his career, and was a Grammy Award-winning and Golden Globe winner for the best instrumental performances. And then last, I just found out that we also lost a very active labor leader, Andrew Merritt, former president of the State Building and Construction Trades Council of California. He was known for his dedication to the labor movement and for working people, and for his strong commitment to his family. His date of death has not been announced, but Merritt served on the National Guard and also on was the Gold City Council member and several other trades and labor organizations before becoming president of the Trades Council in January of '22. He left in 2023 to become Director of Labor Relations at the energy developer RWE, leading the company's strategy on U.S. offshore wind development. He will be sorely missed. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Member Vasquez. And yeah, I'd just like to just echo your comments in terms of those firefighters. That I don't know if did they find additional information in terms of what exactly happened, or were they just unstable ordnance that blew up, or?
I mean, they're doing a full-blown investigation. I haven't heard the latest on that. But it was a real tragic. I mean, these were young men, man.
Yeah.
And it just happened to be moving it, and it went off.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. And Chuck Mangione, I remember seeing him perform here at the Sacramento Community Center. He was quite a musician.
He
I didn't
was.
realize he had produced 30 albums, and
Ah.
I understand he wrote a lot of that music too. He was a composer. So, thank you. And Member Schaefer, please.
You've been talking of sadness. I have a happy note. Today is the 78th birthday of Connie Chung, who was one of the first Asian people to go national on news. I grew up as a kid. I know I read of when she moved to New York, I saw a great article about her in the LA Times, and I cut it out and mailed it to her. Not thinking that she would be reading the LA Times, and she wrote me a nice little note back. I was a college kid, and I just thought that was so kind of her.
Sure. Awesome. Thank you for pointing that out. Any other comments?
I'll go quick.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you, Chairman Gaines. I want to wish everyone a happy Labor Day weekend coming up in just a bit. Have a great holiday. I have this incredible privilege as the Deputy Controller of California to travel this entire state of California with our great controller. And this past week, we got to travel down to Fresno and into Inland Empire, Riverside County. And as we were leaving, we heard this very sad story. Monday evening, a 3-year-old child was locked in a car. The mom ran into the store, and unfortunately, that child died in the car, and it was 114 degrees that day. We all know that if it's 114 outside, it's almost double that inside of a car. And this is the 4th child in California to die this year, trapped in a car. And I urge everyone, please take care of your pets, take care of your children. Do not leave them unattended. And there's a statistic that was out by the Kid and Car Safety Coalition. 88% of those who die in a hot car are under the age of 3. And these kids are helpless. And we talk about that first day of school, and those kids never got to reach that day. So I just want to pray for these young Californian kids. And please, heat is the #1 killer in our natural world. So just be careful. Summer's not over yet, especially in the valley. Thank you.
Yeah, well said, Deputy Controller Emmerlin. Thank you.
Ted,
Yes.
he and his family have come down to San Diego and in your tours, as has Ted, as has Hallie, as has Tony, so I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful, thank you. We will now adjourn at 4:58 p.m. Our next board meeting will be held on Tuesday, September 16th, and our board workshop meeting on Wednesday, the 17th, and that would be at 10 a.m. Right here at the May Lee State Office Complex here in Sacramento. Meeting adjourned.
Ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude your conference for today.